least it feels that way. We need 10 years. I got research on it. Still have it. I can't remember those. I remember, but later.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am calling to order the meeting of the Doña Ana Board of County Commissioners. The time is now 9:02 in the morning. We will commence with our invocation with Pastor Doug Cowan from the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner and Madam Chair, I'm sorry about that, and Commissioners. Let's get started this morning with a word of prayer, please. Lord, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to be here this morning. Lord, you tell us that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So, Lord, I pray that this morning you would give these commissioners godly wisdom, heavenly wisdom, the wisdom that is from above, Lord, to help the people here in the county to lead a quiet and peaceable life. Lord, that we would be able to see those things that are right and just. And Lord God, that you would help them make wise decisions that would enable our liberties here. Lord, that we'd be able to do those things that are right and to live unto you in a righteous way. Lord, I pray that you would be with all the discussion this morning. I pray that you would help, Lord, give a very clear path of wisdom so that as they're making decisions, Lord, those decisions would be made in a godly and righteous way. Again, Lord, thank you for the servitude of these men and women who are serving the people here in the county of Doña Ana. Lord, they're making decisions that are going to affect the livelihood and the lives of a great many people. And so, Lord, I pray that you would help them this morning and guide them as they're making those decisions. I pray that you'd help folks to bring to enlighten those matters that perhaps the commissioners would be able to see things that perhaps they had not pondered before. Lord, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here this morning. Thank you for this free country. Thank you for our land. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Next, we will move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like that to be led by Mr. Jeff Apodaca.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jeff. Next is roll call of commission members present and determination of quorum. Amanda, please.
Commissioner Murillo? Commissioner
I understand that Commissioner Murillo is on her way.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Chaljo Hernandez?
Present.
And Chair Chaparro.
Present. We do have a quorum. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. There are just a few. Under employee recognition, Mr. Alfred Tracy would rather be doing his jury duty this morning rather than coming to the meeting. And on item number 22, we're asking permission to remove that item since it appears that it will not be necessary.
Which item was that, Mr. Macias, again?
Number 22.
Thank you.
Dealing with the student enrichment program. And then I'm going to ask for your permission to allow item number 2 under proclamations to be moved to immediately after the pet showcase.
Thank you. Any other changes to the agenda that we're proposing, Commissioners? Thank you. We will move forward to the pet showcase now. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. So on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, it takes an opportunity at every one of its regular meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. So today, we have Jewel, our cat of the week. I might be a little bit shy and unsure when I'm put into a new environment, but once I get comfortable, I'm the most affectionate girl you'd ever meet. I love pets and attention, and I like to return affection by giving little kisses and sometimes love nibbles. I'm a spry young girl who just wants to make sure the rest of my life is spent in the arms of my forever family. Our dog of the week, Mitzi. I came to the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley as a stray mother with a litter of puppies, and I'm the only one still waiting for my family. Since first coming to the center, I've had a lot of confidence built up by the staff and volunteers. I now walk nicely on the leash and will sit for treats. I might be a little on the short side, but I'm full to the brim with love. I would like a family to treat me like a baby one day. So these are our 2 pets of the week, and on behalf of the County Commission, we encourage the public here in the audience and those that may be viewing the proceedings to consider adopting a dog or cat from the Animal Services Center. In Mitzi's case, anyone who has a strong sympathy for the vertically challenged should consider adopting Mitzi. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is our pets of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move forward to agenda item number 2, which is to proclaim November 5th as Jerry Apodaca Day in the county of Doñana. Mr. Macias,
Oh, okay. Thank you.
may I please have a motion?
So moved.
I have-
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice Chair Commissioner Chaljo Hernandez and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. There's members, well, let me start it out this way. For those who remember former Governor Jerry Apodaca, who was a resident of Las Cruces and represented Las Cruces in the state Senate prior to his run for governor, and we're talking, people in the audience have to be able to remember the 1970s, the mid-70s, when Governor Apodaca was running for the statewide office. But we have certainly his son, Jeff Apodaca, who's here today, and other members of the Apodaca family and friends who remember the very dynamic individual that was our former governor. Certainly, there was statewide recognition He laid in state in the rotunda of the state capitol about a month ago, and was given the state right recognition by Governor Lujan Grisham. However, because of his base and his residency, and because of all of the people he affected, we are asking the board to consider adopting and recognizing him by designating a special day in his honor. So with that, we have a video presentation, and again, I ask that this was displayed at the state capitol, but I think it's very moving and will remind many in the audience who may not have known former Governor Apodaca, will really be a very good overview of the impact that he had. So if we could play that video, please.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying,
I hope the days come easy and the moments pass slow, and each road leads you where you wanna go. And if you're faced with a choice and you have to choose, I hope you choose the one that means the most to you. And if one door opens to another door closed, I hope you keep on walking till you find the window. If it's cold outside, show the world the warmth of your smile. But more than anything, more than anything, my wish for you is that this life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish. I hope you never look back, but you never forget all the ones who love you in the place you left. I hope you always forgive and you never regret, and you help somebody every chance you get. Oh, you find God's grace in every mistake, and always give more than you take, but more than anything, yeah.
Today on this show, we happen to be talking to a friend of mine that I've known for many years. In fact, we went to school together, and he became a somebody. We're very proud of him. We're talking to the Honorable Governor of the State of New Mexico, Mr. Jerry Apodaca. Jerry, Governor, nice to have you on the show.
Thank you, Val. Nice to be
And
with
in
you.
later years, of course, we re-met at the University of New Mexico, and you were a star football player there, and
Well,
very athletic.
I played football there. That's
And then you partook the other day as the first governor in the Boston Marathon race, right?
I don't know for a fact that I was the first governor. I know I was the only governor that didn't have enough sense not to stay out of it this year, you know. But I don't think that, at least in recent years, there's been any governors that I know that have attempted it. It was quite an experience, Val. It took me 4 hours and 10 minutes to finish the 26 miles, 385 yards, and I had read a lot about it. I had talked to many people that had run marathons, but until you do it, you really don't know what it is you experience those last 6 miles. It's just an experience that I'll never forget. But when it's all over, it's a very rewarding kind of feeling that you know that you were able to finish.
More than anything, my wish for you is that this life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Hey. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Hey, hey. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. Memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost. And I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, that you know I'll never drop. Yeah, everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories.
Tell me about the good old days. Sometimes it feels like this world's gone crazy. Grandpa, take me back to yesterday, when the line between right and wrong didn't seem so hazy. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, stand beside each other, come what may? Promise really something people can't, not just something they would say. Families really bow their heads to pray. Daddies really never go away. Oh, oh, Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. just don't know. And Grandpa, let's wander back into the past, then paint me the
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could bring up the lights again. Again, I do want to just indicate that in the pictures you also saw his brother, Rudy Apodaca, who is a longtime Court of Appeals judge here in New Mexico, and I know that his sister, former Governor Apodaca's sister Priscilla, is joined us as well. So with your permission, if you could allow Mr. Jeff Apodaca, his son, just to make some comments to the
Of
commission.
course, Mr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, commissioners. Sorry about this. I've seen that video tons of times. And on behalf of, let me just thank everybody for being here today. And I see tons of friends and family obviously here, so.
Madam Chair, maybe with your permission, I might read the proclamation, and it'll give us a few moments.
Of course, thank you.
That might work better.
Okay. A proclamation for the consideration of the County Commission. Whereas it is with great sadness that we mourn the loss of Jerry Apodaca, who served as the 24th governor of the state of New Mexico from 1975 through 1979, and chair of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports from 1978 to 1980. And whereas Governor Apodaca was known as the first Hispanic governor in the U.S. since 1918, and the first in the modern era of New Mexico, his foray into politics began when he was elected in 1965 to the New Mexico State Senate. And whereas throughout Governor Apodaca's life, he demonstrated an unwavering commitment to public service, dedicating his time and energy to improving the lives of the citizens of New Mexico, with intent to eliminate barriers that kept women, Latinos, and other minorities from leadership roles. And whereas Governor Apodaca's efforts as governor resulted in countless achievements and advancements in fields ranging from education to healthcare to infrastructure, leaving an indelible mark on the history of our state. He was a staunch advocate for patients' rights and was instrumental in opening the door for the state's medical cannabis program 50 years ago. And whereas Governor Apodaca's governorship focused on consolidation and improved efficiency within state government, resulting in the cabinet system that still exists today, Governor Apodaca's leadership continues to inspire all those who knew him, and his legacy will live on for generations to come. And whereas we extend our condolences to the family and loved ones of Governor Jerry Apodaca, and to the state of New Mexico, who mourns the loss of a trailblazing leader. Therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 5th of November of 2023 as Jerry Apodaca Day. And again, a proclamation for the consideration of the commission. I will note that the 5th of November was chosen by the family for a day of recognition here in Doña Ana County because it was on that day, I believe that it would have been 1975, he was elected governor of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Are there any members of the family that would like to approach the podium and speak with us?
Well, if you guys would have warned me about the video. Fernando, commissioners, thank you so much for this honor for my father. The family thanks you very much. As you can see behind me, there's family members, friends. November 5th is a special day for us. It was actually 74. My dad took office in 75. But June 5th of that day changed not only my father's future, our family future, and thousands of New Mexicans. As Fernando said, he was the first Latino in modern history in 1975 to be elected governor. But more importantly, what he did was, it was the first time in our state that he appointed Latinos, women, Blacks, Native Americans to state levels and state positions that our state had never seen before. He reorganized the state as a state senator from New Mexico at the age of 28. He organized the state because at the time there were 395 agencies and commissions that reported to the governor. And as a state senator, he saw waste. So he narrowed it down to 12 cabinet positions and actually cut government waste by $300 million annually. That's $1.3 billion today. He also is known as the educational governor. Why? He established free kindergarten for the first time in the state of New Mexico as governor. He also created our community colleges for 2 years of extended for trade schools. He gave teachers raises every year, and he focused on education from the community up, not top down. That's what he believed in. He believed in open government. He created open office hours that the general public could go talk to the governor every Friday for about 3 hours to talk about issues and how to solve New Mexico's problems. Surprisingly, as a Democrat, back at the time, he was known as a progressive. I think that was a little bit different term back then. But as a progressive Democrat, he cut taxes for people. He cut corporate taxes. He cut small taxes. He restructured our small business and tax incentives that flourished our state into the 80s and 90s. He expanded the Commission of Women. But what people don't also understand, that he also founded and started the Western States Commission of Oil and Gas. He saw our resources, and he worked with President Carter to help us get out of the 70s, the OPEC and the oil shortage. And as Fernando said, yes, in 1978, he started the first medical cannabis program in the country back then. So my father was committed not only to our community, but to Doña Ana, to Las Cruces, and to our state, but he never forgot where he was from. He knew he was from Las Cruces. And I'll tell you a little quick story what made my dad. My dad went to Central Elementary School. My father was 14th generation New Mexican, and he spoke Spanish. And he would tell us stories how he was spanked in elementary school because he spoke Spanish. So my father understood about discrimination. That's why he committed his life to opening doors for minorities, Hispanics, women around the country. As you know, he grew up a second son of 5 children here in New Mexico. I think most people, my generation and up, knew that my grandparents owned the first Dairy Queen that my father actually convinced him to buy when he was right out of college. He was a great athlete at Las Cruces High School, 3 sports. Fortunately or unfortunately, he became a Lobo. And all my father's dream was to play for the Aggies, and they didn't offer him a scholarship. The university did. So that's why my dad ended up there. At 28, he was a state senator here in Las Cruces, representing a mostly Republican Anglo district as a Latino Democrat. That kind of tells you who my father was. At 40, he got elected as governor, and I knew he was a young governor at 40, but it really didn't hit me later in life until I figured, well, my dad was governor at 40. He was a young governor. He must have had older statesmen around him. And it wasn't until I got older when I realized, man, at 40, my dad was the old guy. His cabinet and his staff existed of 28 to 40-year-olds. It was this young generation that wanted to give back and make a difference in New Mexico. They followed the vision of this young, energetic, visionary guy named Jerry Apodaca. And that's what he focused on. So his legacy is not that he was the first Latino governor, not that he restructured our state and implemented a lot of things. His legacy is that he opened up doors, not only in New Mexico, but for minorities around the country. After leaving office, my father started working with Coors and McDonald's because as he got asked to be sitting on boards, he noticed one thing back in the 80s. There were no people of color, no women represented at the corporate level. And that's what my father wanted to change. So he spent the next 20 years, and he actually founded with some other gentlemen back in 86, I think it was, HACED, Hispanic Association on Corporate Responsibility. And he worked with corporations to make sure that they gave back to the community and also gave opportunities for minorities and Hispanics and women's, not only in C-level positions, but ownership levels. Because my father knew, how do we change our community is create generational wealth, create opportunities for our families and our kids. So he was committed to politics, but he would talk to so many young people to say, don't always go into politics. Corporate America, your community needs you. Go create jobs, go create opportunities, go create wealth for your family. That's who my father was. He never forgot the discrimination that he saw. So his legacy is that he opened up doors for minorities, not just here, but around the country. And when it really hit me is I spent 16 years of my 40 years in broadcast business at Univision, the Spanish network. And I was a C-level executive. So my first year at Univision in 99 and 2000, I traveled the country meeting with Fortune 500 companies about business. And there wasn't a meeting my first 2 years there that didn't go by that a Latino executive would walk up to me and go, are you Jerry's kid? And I'd say, yeah. And they would tell me stories of how my father opened up doors for them, and they wouldn't be in those positions today. And I know Fernando has those kind of stories. Orlando Padilla, that's here today representing, here for us as a friend. They have some of the same stories. So I think when Bill Richardson, my father was known as the educational governor. When Bill Richardson put his name on the educational building, I think I heard the greatest comment about my father. And Governor Richardson said, Jerry Apodaca was Latino before it was cool to be Latino. And that's my father's legacy. So commission people, Mr. Fernando, I want to thank you on behalf of my family, my friends, the people here today. This is a big honor because my father, he rests in Santa Fe, but his heart was always here in Las Cruces. And he never forgot Southern New Mexico, as our family has never forgot Southern New Mexico. So as for the Apodaca family, from our friends and family here today, Commissioner, Commission, I want to thank you very much for this honor for my family. It's very, very meaningful for us. That's why we're here. So God bless you guys, and thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And there may be other people that would like to approach the podium and speak, and I see Mary Gail Gwaltney. Good morning, Mary Gail.
Mr. County Manager, Madam Chair, and members of the Doña County Commission, I want to say that one of the, could I just turn around and talk? No. I can't? Okay, I'm Mary Gail Gwaltney, and my husband succeeded Jerry Apodaca in District 36 as state senator appointed by the county commission when Jerry was elected to governor. I want to say one thing. As a senator, Jerry Apodaca, representing District 36, was very instrumental. And I would have to look this up in the archives, but I think he carried the bill for the Pan American Center at New Mexico State University. And a lot of y'all are too young to know all this. But he also, when he was governor 2 years, several people from from Las Cruces, because he did so much for this area, came to him with the idea that we needed a new football stadium. And those people were Jim Bradley, the coach at New Mexico State, Keith Colson, who was the athletic director at the time, my husband, Senator Lamar Gwaltney, and then with the governor, Jerry Apodaca, who'd worked the state for years and years with his wife, Clara. They knew everybody in the state. They knew the doorman at the Capitol. They knew the doorman at the university. They knew people, all the legislators, all the state senators that would have a vote on making it a priority to have a new stadium at New Mexico State. And with those people, they were able to procure the financing for a new stadium at New Mexico State. So New Mexico State University has been a very big beneficiary of Jerry Apodaca, his family, his friends, his outreach to the state, and to represent Doña Ana County. Even though he was a Lobo, he did a lot for the Aggies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Waltney. Is there any other family member or friend that would like to approach the podium and share thoughts with us? Commissioners? Anything they would like to add?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
So when Mr. Apodaca, Governor Apodaca became governor, I was probably, 6, 7 years old. So then coming out of elementary into middle school, I did a research paper on Jerry Apodaca politicians, and I think that brought a lot to me throughout the years that one day I would be into politics. And I want to thank Jerry Apodaca because I knew about the minorities and about women, because he brought a lot of inspiration to me. So I really, really want to thank your father. You know, I didn't get to meet him, but since I was little, I got to see a lot about him, and I learned a lot, and for me to get into politics. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, although I know that we have a very heavy agenda, I just wanted to just share a personal story that as a student at NMSU during the 70s, I had the opportunity to meet former Governor Apodaca and work a little bit on the campaigns that he was involved in at that time. But between the first and second year of law school, there isn't a lot of opportunities for students to have internships at firms because they don't feel that you know enough about the law yet. But during my first and second year, I came back to New Mexico from Georgetown and served as a summer intern in the governor's office, working with the reorganization committee that the proclamation and Jeff Apodaca mentioned that were led to later a reorganization of all of state government. But he was such a advocate for youth, and he did things on a very personal level. So as soon as I returned back to Washington, D.C., a couple of months later, he called me. He personally, not someone on his staff. He called me, and he said, I have a $1,000 ticket to an event, and I cannot go myself, but I'd like for you to go and represent my office. And it was a tribute, and again, a lot of people may not remember, to Hubert Humphrey, who was vice president and ran several times, I believe, for the presidency unsuccessfully. But this was to honor the happy warrior of the Democratic Party. It gave me an opportunity to meet Elizabeth Taylor, Olivia Newton-John. She was very complimentary. Lauren Green, I don't know if you remember the father on the Bonanza series for a long time, Angie Dickinson. So all of these Hollywood personalities were there, but it was a very special occasion. It made me certainly feel exceedingly special, and he had the the humanity to reach out on a very personal level.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Well, Jeff, I'd like to tell you and your friends and the family members, your father's campaign was the first I ever worked on. I must have made hundreds of calls, and so glad to do it. Entonces me recuerdo esa sonrisa, esa inteligencia incomparable, la conexión a nuestra comunidad. Fue una persona cerca de del corazón de mi familia, un hombre extraordinario. Nos despedimos con tanto cariño de tu fabuloso papi. Anything else, commissioners? Will the family please come forward to receive the proclamation?
Vote on
Thank
the
you.
proclamation.
I'm sorry, I'm as emotional as well. May I please have a vote on this?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Now we may present the proclamation.
If anyone else would like to take pictures, you're welcome to stand up and come up here and take pictures. So don't sit back there and don't come closer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now return to employee recognition on the agenda. This commission will recognize Doña Ana County employees for their years of service to Doña Ana County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. The County Commission takes an opportunity to each of its meetings to recognize employees that have met a certain milestone here with the county. So we have 3 individuals that we're going to recognize this morning. Let's start with Mr. George Castañeda, forgive me. Mr. Castañeda joined Doña County in June of 2013 as a building attendant. Mr. Castañeda helps clean these county commission chambers and all of the hallways. We have the shiniest hallways because of Mr. Castañeda. Because he can't sit still for very long, he helps also with setting up all of the tables, chairs, other furniture for training, conferences, public meetings in the building. He enjoys moving things and seeing the results of his labor when a room looks very different and is newly customized for each gathering's purpose. When not at work, Mr. Castañeda enjoys helping with light house maintenance tasks. Remember, light, never heavy when he's asked to move the heavy stuff. He also enjoys transforming yards from a chaotic mess of a yard into a well-maintained groomed garden. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please join the County Commission in recognizing George Castañeda for 10 years of service to Doña County. Again, a 10-year anniversary celebration, Ashley Zuniga. Ms. Zuniga joined Doña County in the Human Resources Department as a Human Resources Assistant in June of 2013. A year later, she was promoted to Human Resources Representative, assisting various department heads with hiring, coordination, evaluations, and disciplinary proceedings. In 2016, she was promoted to HR Administrator after completing objectives and following a professional development plan. In June of 2022, she was promoted to Senior Human Resources Administrator in Employee Relations. As a Senior Human Resources Administrator, don't be playing and messing with the papers. Ms. Zuniga ensures county policies are followed, coordinates, creates, and trains employees, recommends and implements changes to ensure a great customer service. Ashley is an important member of the HR management team. She is well known for her multitasking and organizational skills, which she showcases by planning events and decorating the office and ensuring birthdays are memorable. Besides her infectious laugh, she is known to break out in song spontaneously. Break out in song spontaneously. Oh, okay, not planned, spontaneous, okay. In her spare time, Ashley practices yoga, travels, spends time with her nephews, and hangs out with her adorable French bulldog, Boomer. We'll introduce Boomer to Mitzi because they're kind of the same size. Ladies and gentlemen, and on a personal level, let me just point out, this is one of the most exceptional county employees that we have. She is extraordinary in her levels of maturity, extraordinary in her ability to provide advice related to human resources issues. We are very fortunate to have her serving the Doña Ana County community. Please join the Board of County Commissioners in giving a very special recognition to Ms. Ashley Zuniga. Our last employee recognition is somewhat on a sad note because it is a retirement. So let me have Mr. Matthew Gray please join me. Mr. Gray joined the Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office in February of 1997 as a cadet and has served in several divisions. In his current role, he supervises the Transport Division, picking up warrants for defendants who are arrested outside of Doña Ana County and arranging their return here. To achieve this goal, he works closely with other agencies nationwide, especially other detention facilities. His greatest source of pride is a strong work ethic and the relationships he's built with his co-workers, supervisors, and colleagues near and far. Mr. Gray is known to be a dedicated employee with knowledge way beyond the Transportation Division, actually surprising many with his understanding of how all of the divisions within the Sheriff's Department function. Sergeant Brunhover, his supervisor, said we would be lucky to find an individual of his caliber who can fill Matthew's shoes, and he wishes you the best of luck in your future endeavors. In retirement, Matthew is looking forward to enjoying the outdoors, hiking, visiting places he's never been. He will also have more time to work with his parents and siblings at their ranch. Okay, so having grown up on a dairy, I know what they're going to put you, the most recent arrival, to do. And you're going to be cleaning up things that are kind of similar to what you've been doing during all of your career. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I had the good fortune while I was with the court to work with Matthew. He was an incredible, critical component to being able to bring in and move defendants back and forth through the court and being able to bring them from other jurisdictions in order to complete the legal process. And he was outstanding in that performance. Ladies and gentlemen, an outstanding law enforcement officer, would you please join the County Commission in congratulating Mr. Matthew Gray for 26 years of service. Let's take a picture. Make sure that not too much of the ranch gets onto the plate. This is in honor of your service. Matthew Gray retired with distinction after 26 years of loyal service on the 30th of June, 2023. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That completes our employee recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move forward to public input. Are there any members of the public that would like to approach the podium and address the commission? Please step forward one by one. And please identify yourselves and sign the book so that those that are viewing on the video platform may know who you are.
Madam Chair, commissioners, my name is Juan Garcia. Engaging and challenging elected officials through civil discourse on issues, policy decisions that citizens disagree with, may it be the city council, county commission, or school board, is the duty of all citizens. Officials' personal lives should be off limits. It is not up to other citizens to establish guidelines and self-righteous criteria on what can and can't be said excuse me, when addressing public leaders. Basic courtesy should apply. Comments may be at odds with political ideology. This should not be construed as hate or offensive when they are not. Labeling any type of dissenting comments is a tactic used by our friends to silence anyone who disagrees with them. It's not going to work, in my opinion, if our elected officials need to recruit other citizens to come and pay homage and insulate them from criticism on their public decisions, then maybe they shouldn't be in public office. In my opinion, an elected official should understand this when they run for office. I have engaged with Commissioner Reynolds, and although we may disagree on some issues, we can dialogue. I have also engaged with Commissioner Sanchez, likewise, and I thank you. Their job is to truly represent those citizens. If I feel that their decisions are not in our best interest, we will challenge them, although never in a personal manner. On 23 May, during the proclamation of Pride Month, I heard comments by one of our commissioners like olive branch, acceptance, how members of this group are loved, and saw how our commission welcomed all those here representing the LGBT pride community. They were invited to come to the podium and speak and share their pride. That is exactly how it should be. You did it exactly right. No one seemed uncomfortable. On the other hand, back in April, during the National Day of Prayer proclamation, I saw how an 80-year-old man who was struggling with his vision attempt to pray for our community and share his pride in his faith for our community, but was treated with disdain and arrogance because someone on our commission felt uncomfortable. The same treatment went for citizens of faith. This political hypocrisy and personal bias by any and all elected officials must be challenged and called out. This behavior is disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Is there any other member of the public that would like to approach the podium to address the commission?
Good morning. My name is Jody Kincaid. And the last time I addressed the commission here, the county commissioners, I should say, was concerning some of the election issues back, maybe 6 months ago. And I would like to open with kind of the old adage, if you can't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. And given what's going on now, I would also throw in what Strother Martin says, is what we have here is a failure to communicate. I want to read something from the Declaration of Independence, just to refresh your memory here. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. You guys work for us. We voted you into office, whether we like what you're doing or not. You got elected. but it is critical for our society to continue that we have honest and fair elections. The last elections around here have not been proven to be like that. And even though I pointed out to you that under New Mexico statutes, you have an obligation to look into potential election fraud and irregularities, it was not done. Well, like Yogi Berra said, we don't want to have deja vu all over again. We have an election coming up. It is up to you all to ensure that it is honest and fair. And I would urge you all to consider getting rid of the Dominion voting machines, going back to paper ballots, and returning America to a fair and honest society where everybody's vote has the same importance in the election outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Is there anyone else that would like to step forward to the podium and address the commission? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Tim Reardon. My wife Donna and I have a home in University Estates here in Las Cruces. I will need to pass out some project books, and if I may, I would like to request an additional 2 minutes.
We have a long agenda this morning, and so
Then I'll make it
we're
as
going to
quickly
stick to
as I
3
can.
minutes. Thank you.
I'm a neon artist, and my wife is a retired English school teacher. Shortly before we moved here in 2017, I made the glass for a 3-foot Zia, just to help get in the mood, if you will. A few days after our arrival, I took a walk, and suddenly there was a mountain, Tortugas Mountain. My first thought was I'd love to put a Zia on top of that. And thus was born the Zia Project. After a lot of research and materials testing, I developed a plan to build 5 Zias, one at each interstate highway entrance to the state. I built a scale model which was completed in March of 2020. Unfortunately, we all know what happened next. COVID shut down everything and everything was put on hold. By late 2021, I'd scaled back my original plan to make one sculpture. Here I've assembled a team of 20 businesses and craftsmen to build the Zia, and they're all excited about being part of having the country's largest, brightest, and most colorful state symbol located here. We need an owner for the project. We don't need money. We're going to fund this with grants. We do not want to use any of our constituents' money for this. Doña Ana is the best choice for the project. The project, we believe, will increase tourism, it'll promote the Zia Pueblo, and provide a welcome boost to the morale of the county here. I've prepared a project book that describes all the details of where it could be sited, how it would be made, and what it would look like. I would request each of you to look at the book, take a half an hour from your busy schedule, and visualize the photos and drawings and picture this marvelous sculpture as our own. My card is in the rear flap of the book. If you have any questions, comments, I'm available by phone, text, or email. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reardon. I look forward to seeing your presentation. Is there any other member of the public that'd like to approach the podium and address the commission? Please step forward.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Raymond Moon, and I'm going to play a little audio here.
They took prayer out of school, and the church was silent. And so I say that they cannot take National Day of Prayer off of this campus because the church is no longer silent. I'm going to ask our chairwoman of Doña Ana County, Susana Chaparro, to come and read the proclamation for the people. Susana Chaparro. Transgender cutting off genitalia off of our young ones is not godly. That does not come from God. That comes from the evil one. Can no longer take our families and take them to the pit of hell. Father, I thank you that there is a new generation that will be rising up, that will say no to the enemy.
Sir, is there anything else you would like to say instead of playing an audio tape that I think is inappropriate at this time?
Okay.
Is there anything else you would like to say?
Well, there's a little
You
bit
have
more.
2 minutes left.
There's a little bit more, which goes a little bit deeper into what they believe, which is to take over Doña County and to make it I guess, not part of the United States, and it's going to be a conservative Christian county, and then they want to take over the whole United States. They said it better than I did, the scary stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, did you sign the book?
Good morning.
Thank you, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Jim Hurst. And what we wanted to play were excerpts from the day of prayer service held on these grounds. What was advertised as a day of prayer for all people and all faiths turned out to be a sectarian religious service and a political rally for fundamentalist and conservative evangelicals. The declaration, I don't think that was your intent in the declaration. If we were allowed to play the excerpts, you would have heard them say, "We are all Christians and we are all conservatives." And that proves that the event was sectarian. The call for candidates who would take back our government proves this was a political rally. I have 4 objections to this event. First, the chairperson of this commission and a member of the school board participated in the event. 2, state-sponsored religious events that favor one sect over another are not constitutional. 3, the event was held on these county public grounds, even though this commission expressly did not authorize it. And 4, because of the hate speech. I quote one of the prayers: "Transgender, cutting off the genitalia of young ones, is not godly, but comes from the evil one. There are only 2 bodies, male and female, and I tell you today, if you don't agree with me, I'm sorry, but that is my belief." End quote. Let's think about that prayer for a moment. The evil one is the devil. Think of all the things you've heard called demonic. I'm over the hill, so I can think of lots of things of the devil. Rock and roll and long-haired hippies are of the devil. Charismatics, Mormons, and Catholics are of the devil. And the Pope is of the devil. Actually, the Pope is the devil. Barack Obama is the Antichrist. The Green New Deal is of the devil. Separation of church and state and political parties are of the devil. Disney, Target, and Bud Light are of the devil. The devil often means things we hate. Everyone has a right to their opinion. Everyone has a right to their religion. But hate speech is still hate speech, even if it is based on religion. Reason, science, and medical expertise are the only grounds that can legitimately support public policy. Of the evil one, or it's an abomination to God, is not a legitimate reason to oppose or support anything. Apparently, the one who prayed, "I'm sorry, but that's my belief," does not understand that her personal beliefs are not justification for public policy. Please uphold the Constitution, condemn this event, condemn the hate speech, and censor our elected officials who participated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and address the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. Mark Veith, District 1. Truth and lies. We know that the Bible is true because of history and mathematics. Mathematics is a science. Climology, however you would say it, that is not a science. In order for something to be a science, it has to meet 3 things. It has to be observable. We can do that with weather. It has to be documentational. We can do that with weather. It has to be repeatable. We cannot do that with weather. So climatology is not a science. But climatology is being used to take money out of our pockets, as I talked about last time I was here. We went from the 70s of we're going to be in a big freeze to somewhere after the turn of the century of the big meltdown, and now it's just climate change. Climate change is first documented in the Bible back during the times of Joseph, where he went into Egypt and said there's going to be 7 years of prosper and 7 years of famine. That was about 3,400 years ago. Climate change has been there forever. I said last time that the people at Gila cliff dwellings were moved out of their homes because the climate changed. They had to abandon their farms and become nomadic. There's an old saying that says, don't miss the opportunity of turning a crisis into capitalizing on it. And I think that's what's happening with our billionaires, are making these crises so that they can add more money into their pockets. Billionaires gained 25% wealth during COVID. Truth and lies. Fauci came out initially and said, masks are ineffective against COVID. The next day, I watched it, I heard it, I saw it. Next day, he comes out and says, I only told you that because I didn't want you to run off with all the supplies. Well, there's a video of him out before that saying that they asked him for SR2, is the mask effective? He said no. He says, if you want to be protected, get good rest, eat a good diet, and exercise. That's how he said to fight COVID. But how many billions of dollars of masks wouldn't have been sold if he would have stayed with his initial statement? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning again.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Corral. I'm a registered nurse. I've been serving this community for 29 years. Excuse me. Last July, I found myself in a position that nobody wants to be in. I was diagnosed with vaginal cancer. At the time, I had insurance through the New Mexico Marketplace, Be Well New Mexico. My exchange plan was called True Health. I was paying almost $800 a month for this insurance. When my medical oncologist notified the radiation doctor at MMC, he was told they could not see me. They didn't accept my insurance, and they would not make any exceptions. They didn't even try to take my insurance at all. So there I was with cancer, needing radiation, needing chemotherapy, but unable to get treatment in my own town that I served as a nurse, taking care of all these people for 29 years. I was unable to work due to my cancer, and my husband was also unable to work as he became my caregiver. As I was forced to start commuting to Albuquerque so that I could receive my cancer treatment, I underwent 3 different kinds of chemotherapy. I had 25 external radiation treatments and 5 internal treatments. I basically moved to Albuquerque for a few months, which left me having to find dog sitters, figure out how to pay for gas, lodging, food, as well as the rest of my bills that I had here. I was a mess. My world was taken out from under me. I was blessed enough to get assistance from CARE. Thankfully, Yoli heard about me and reached out. Additionally, I had a 40% copay for every treatment that I got. At this point, in addition to having cancer, I was terribly distraught, not knowing what else to do. I was told I should apply for Medicaid. I said, oh my God, I cannot do this. This was something that was difficult for me to do. I have always worked. We've always supported my family and myself. Since both my husband and I were not able to work, I knew we had to do something. I did it. I applied for Medicaid, and by the grace of God, we qualified. I was able to complete all my treatments, and now I can say I'm a survivor. No thanks to the healthcare system in my community. I feel that after being a nurse for 29 years, I should have not have to leave Las Cruces or Doña Ana County to get my treatment. All the hospitals are for profit. I had no choice. If we had hospitals that were not private, not for profit, it would be different because they would have to accept you as a patient. Can you imagine those who have no insurance and cannot obtain insurance? We need to change this and grant access to health care for any patient with a major health diagnosis.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Good morning.
Thank you. My name is George Pearson. I live in the Alameda Depot neighborhood of Las Cruces. I've been listening to public comments for some time now. Much of the comment has been criticism of both elected officials and staff. That's fine. It's a right guaranteed by the Constitution. Once people make their comments, they will then typically leave. That's unfortunate, as they will miss the proclamations where successes are often celebrated and honored. My request is that you change the order of the agenda so proclamations are before public comment. This will help those participating in the proclamations to return to their day and will also inform those coming only for public comment the various good things going on in the county. Madam Chair, I hope you will consider this change for future commission meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the commission, please step forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Randolph Perduno, and I am a parent. I'm a grandfather, and so on down the line. I'm also a veteran. And I'm here to see if I could get this approved as far as a school resource officer for Gadsden Independent School District. My children all graduated from Gadsden Independent School Districts, different schools, so on down the line. And I'm here to see if, you guys could talk to whoever you need to talk to and get all that squared away so we can get these kids protected and get everybody else protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam
And
Chair.
I'd like to remind the public that we do have agenda items regarding specific issues, and so if you're here for a specific issue, if you would please wait until that issue is called. Thank you. Any other member of the public that would like to step forward and address the commission? Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Randy Pickering.
What was your last name?
Pickering.
Thank you.
So I've listened to comments from the commission about personal attacks on board members. And I definitely agree that there are boundaries we should strive to maintain. Our elected officials deserve respect and appreciation for serving their community. I do appreciate that. However, it is also every citizen's responsibility to engage, potentially challenge decisions and/or actions taken by board members that impact the community members represented. Sometimes the conversation deals with ideology. Unfortunately, this is where we get into the sticky points of what is or what is not respectable. I'm trying to understand why it's okay for one group to say things that are extremely offensive to people of faith, yet the people of faith are labeled as hateful for expressing their viewpoints. Our society seems to have strayed into a concept that if you do not agree with me, we must be enemies. Any argument presented after that is labeled as hate speech. Now it comes down to who gets to define hate speech. Is that you? Is that me? Is it a vote? During the May 23rd meeting of this commission, there was a proclamation to declare June as Pride Month. It was passed early to ensure the entire month was proclaimed. Numerous people in the audience were allowed and encouraged to speak on the proclamation. Whether I personally agree with this or not, I do recognize that this dedication has been set aside by the federal government, and therefore, as a board, it only makes sense to follow suit. During the April 25th Commissioners' meeting, board members were presented with a proclamation for the National Day of Prayer, also set aside by the federal government. Note that during neither of these potentially charged proclamations did the public speak out against it. Not for Pride Month, not for the National Day of Prayer. The only dissenting comments presented came from members of this board regarding, some of the members of this board regarding the National Day of Prayer. One board member was uncomfortable with it being held on the lawn of the county building. In fact, uncomfortable enough that he eventually voted against the proclamation in its entirety. These changes were not opened up for public comment before voting. Comments ranged from being uncomfortable to not using county resources. That leaves me with the question, did the dissenting comments and final decision truly represent each one of your constituents? Don't expect an answer. I simply wanted to pose the question for each board member, as well as each member of our community, to consider and answer for themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step forward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Tammy Pickering, and I would like to see a proclamation declaring July Patriot Month in recognition of all those who have sacrificed their lives in defense of the freedoms we often take for granted. In addition, we recognize that many men and women who currently serve to defend those freedoms daily. They deserve the entire month. It seems that we are living in the time that President Ronald Reagan warned us about in his inaugural speech as governor in 1967. Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people. And those in world history who have known freedom and then lost have never known it again. He went on to say, "Now, it is inconceivable to me that anyone could accept this delegated authority without asking God's help. And I pray that we of the legislature and the administration can be granted the wisdom and the strength beyond our own limited powers. That with divine guidance, we can avoid easy expedients. That we can build a state where liberty under law and justice can triumph, where compassion can govern, and wherein people can participate and prosper because of their government and not in spite of it." I have a question, which I hope you will answer during your comments. How many proclamations have been amended and ultimately voted against? I know of one, and it is the one by our Constitution afforded to us. The freedom of speech and the religious freedom are clear freedoms, and it does not tell me anywhere in the Constitution that I am not allowed on the grounds paid for by the taxpayers. The National Day of Prayer is a single day. I will leave you with another excerpt from Reagan's speech. "Now, the path we chart is not an easy one. It demands much of those chosen to govern, but also from those who did the choosing. And let there be no mistake about this. We have come to a crossroad, a time of decision, and the path we'll follow turns away from any idea that those in government, those who serve government, are omnipotent. And this path is impossible to follow unless we have the collective wisdom and genius of all the people. Along this path, government will lead and not rule. It will listen and not lecture. It is the path of a creative society." Perhaps you should read his speech. There's much to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person that would like to approach the podium and speak, please come forward to the podium. Good morning.
Madam Chair, my name is Michael Simmons, been before you before. Just a notification on some things going on in the county, maybe some later comments. Currently, there's some referendum efforts going on by various organizations at a statewide level. BetterTogetherNewMexico.org is organizing referendum against 6 bills that were passed in the legislature and signed by the governor. Of them, HB 4 creates a permanent mail-in ballot list, permanent drop boxes, and gives voting rights to felons who are still on parole. SB 180 creates sweeping election changes that may weaken election transparency. A lot of these we brought to your attention before from the last election. A lot of them were emergency measures taken during COVID. We see that now they're being written into law, and I find this a problem. The other 4 bills currently set up, HB 7 creates prohibition against local pro-life ordinances and forces teachers, doctors, public employees to facilitate elective abortions and transgender procedures for children without parental notifications. We have an issue where the faith of the employees and whatnot are at issue. We have an issue where the parents are not brought to notification of the issue. SB 397, HB 207, SB 13 all have similar issues going on, and so I bring that to your attention. Locally, there are groups that are bringing signatures together for the referendums. The CCIA and the Doñana Republican Party both have members that are gathering signatures. So if you have constituents that bring up these issues, if you would send them somewhere, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Some of these, we've talked about evil. We have a case where the transgender, some of the other things, the abortion issue, we seem to have a genocide of the bloodlines going on, where you will not have children. These adults will not have children. Their parents will not have grandchildren. It is the end of the line. It is barrenness. It is an issue there. As a society, you cannot carry on and do that at a mass scale. So that's of importance to me. Finally, and I'll wrap this up, how do you separate faith from politics? Our faith drives us to say certain things, to become certain things, to actually stand in front of government authorities and whatnot. The faith of the LGBTQ community has brought them where they are today. You cannot separate the two because the faith is what drives it. Finally, hate speech is currently defined by political correctness. I don't know of a higher law for it. You could compare it to like blasphemy laws of the times past. But like we've said before, there are higher laws and lower laws. Hate speech does not rely on a higher law as far as I know. Blasphemy does say against the Creator God. And with that, I wish you a good day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to approach the podium and address the commission? Good morning, Mr. Buck.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro and Vice Chair Christopher Shaljo Hernandez and members of the commission. I'm here before you today in regard to the complete and utter failure of the county clerk's office to ensure safe voter registration and rectified mapping on the GIS system, which communicates with the Secretary of State. It is a showcase of moral turpitude in the insecure registration and safe recognition of the democratic principles of our great nation. Our nation was founded and continues to fight on fair and equal voting rights for members of our society. That is why we're happy to call America our home. It was not until we started organizing my campaign for District 1 that I went and checked on my voter registration, and they still had me in 18 months ago redistricting zones for District 4. I am in District 1. Redistricting happened again 18 months ago. It is at the hands of the county clerk to communicate with the state to ensure that our voters have a safe and accounted for vote in our election system. They are the principles in which we look forward to expressing ourselves and continuing to fight for freedom. I am very lucky to have an extremely skilled campaign team which have the literary ability to navigate the complex systems of the state secretary office. We had to host an intervention between the county clerk's department as well as the Secretary of State to clarify the district in which was recognized on my voter registration as opposed to what was being recorded at the county's office. We need to ensure that we continue to move forward and ensure that we can gather the GIS mapping in a rectified formation. It seems to me that members of the commission and our county clerk have moved into more of a PR recognition as they were seen at the governor's ball, while the GIS maps from 18 months ago remain outdated. It takes nothing for the county clerk to communicate with the cabinet secretary to ensure that an up-to-date sample is provided as to remedying the issue at hand. It showcases a lack of understanding for our community. District 1 has high volumes of Spanish speakers with English as a non-language in the household or a second language. We speak about equality and literacy. It affects our voters, people of color, people of the LGBTQI community. How can we sit here and promote equality for all and not ensure that people of minority are fairly recognized as they struggle in poverty? It is difficult enough for them to cast a vote and get to the ballot, let alone have access to internet or navigate the difficult channels of the county and the state. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a few people coming forward. Good morning.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Nayeli Varela. Good morning. Hello, good morning. My name is Nayeli Varela.
Tengo 35 años, vivo en Estados Unidos desde el 2009.
I am 39 years old. I have lived in the United States since 2009.
Y me vivía en El Paso, Texas. Tengo 2 hijos nacidos en El Paso.
I lived in El Paso, Texas. I have 2 children that were born in El Paso.
Me moví a vivir a Nuevo México por las oportunidades de trabajo.
I moved to the state of New Mexico because of job opportunities.
Siempre he trabajado mucho en el campo y en restaurantes.
I have always worked in the labor fields and in restaurants.
Y en 2021 empecé a tener problemas con mi salud.
In 2021, I started having health issues.
Tengo unas fotos, quisiera mostrárselas.
I have a couple of photographs that I would like to demonstrate to you.
Así en estas condiciones yo trabajaba.
Even in this condition, I still worked.
Nunca he dejado de trabajar ni estando enferma.
I have never stopped working regardless of being sick.
Y tengo una condición del sistema inmune.
I have a condition that has to do with my immune system.
Ocupo quimioterapias y medicamentos.
I use chemical therapy and other medication.
Y me discriminaron y fui víctima de negligencia.
I was discriminated against and I was a victim of negligence.
El doctor me dijo que no tenía nada, que era solo mi apariencia, que de esto no me iba a morir.
The doctor told me there was nothing wrong with me. It was just an appearance thing, that I wasn't going to die of this.
Y pues en realidad necesitaba quimioterapias y mucho tratamiento, cual me negaron aquí en El Paso, en Cruces y en ningún lugar me querían atender.
And I went and to try to get medical attention in El Paso, Las Cruces, and other areas, and it was denied.
Y tuve que ir a Albuquerque, fue gracias a Yoli Díaz, que ella fue quien me ayudó por medio de la escuela de mis hijos.
I had to go to Albuquerque. It was Yoli Diaz who helped me through the means of my children's schools.
Una trabajadora social fue quien la contactó y fue así que recibí la atención médica en Albuquerque. Yo tuve una
It was the social worker from school who contacted her.
Tuve una cirugía apenas el 18 de mayo y al día siguiente yo estaba trabajando, nunca he parado de trabajar.
I had a surgery on the 18th of May, and the following day I was already at work. I've never stopped working.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Anyone else that would like to address the commission?
Mi nombre es Lorenza Granados.
My name is Lorenza Granado.
Estoy aquí para hablar con ustedes sobre una negligencia médica que estuve en la clínica de Bernardo.
I'm here to let you all know about a negligence situation that I had at the clinic. ¿Dónde fue la clínica?
Bernardo, Doña Ana.
Oh, and Ben Archer here in Doña Ana.
Tenía un tumor de 7 libras.
I had a 7-pound tumor.
La doctora siempre me dijo que era por cambio de vida.
The the doctor always told me that it had to do with menopause.
Pero cuando mi lógica me hizo buscar otra ayuda.
But my self-logic helped me or made me look for other assistance.
Encontré a la doctora Peace.
I found Dr. Peace.
Ella detectó un cáncer de etapa 2.
She found a cancer within me.
Yo todo el tiempo he tratado de buscar aseguranza médica para pagarla yo con mi trabajo.
I have always looked for medical health care so that I can pay for it myself.
He trabajado aquí por 28 años, aquí en Las Cruces, Nuevo México.
I have worked here in New Mexico for 28 years.
He cuidado gente deshabilitada, gente veterana y jueces de aquí de la corte.
I've taken care of veterans, disabled students, disabled individuals, and even members here of the court.
He limpiado casas 28 años. Nunca he podido acceder a una aseguranza médica por mi falta de...
I have always worked here, and I have never been able to gain access to medical health insurance.
Porque siempre que hablaba me decían que no contaba con un seguro médico, con un seguro social.
They would never help me. They would always tell me that I wouldn't qualify because I don't or didn't have a social security number.
Hasta que encontré a la señora Yolanda.
Until I found Yolanda, I was able to acquire access.
Ella me ayudó a llegar a los médicos y que me extirparan mi tumor.
She helped me reach out and go to doctors so that my tumor could be taken care of.
Me gustaría hablar y decirles a ustedes que por favor nos ayudaran.
I would like to reach out to you and ask you to please help us.
Ayudar a muchas personas, mujeres como yo, que estamos en la misma situación.
Help a lot of women that are that find themselves in my same situation.
Por falta de médicos.
Because of medical health insurance.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners, county manager, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz, Executive Director of CARE Cancer Aid Resource and Education. I'm also a patient advocate. My advocacy to you does not include immigration issues. I am concerned for sick residents who live here and contribute to our economy. We residents are all taxpayers. We pay into gross receipts tax by purchasing goods and services, and we pay into property taxes through rent or home ownership. I am not here to disrespect, arm wrestle, or mudsling. I am here as an advocate for the sick, indigent, underserved sick residents of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County, both the U.S. citizen and the non-U.S. citizen residents. Today, I'm here publicly on record and on video advocating for the goal of needed change, access to health care for those affected with a major health issue in order to correct or improve the injustice, segregation, and discrimination that occurs in our county. And I'm not talking about emergency care. I will begin with my ask. I ask that you include the issue of accessing health care on your next agenda so that you may discuss this subject publicly, since protocol limits private discussions. Indigent hospital and health care is the responsibility of each county. Funding comes from gross receipts taxes. Also, for anyone who may not know, Memorial Medical Center is City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County's lessee, a long-term tenant. The 40-year lease has 21 years to go. This lease is a legal document that binds the City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County as lessors. The city or city and county still owns the land. As lessors, you have the accountability to oversee that the lessee upholds its responsibilities and of lease compliance, including indigent care stated in the lease. Since October 2021, I have been advocating for the county's residents that have been denied or delayed health care at Memorial Medical Center. My first indication of this problem was the discovery that county residents diagnosed with cancer will not receive cancer treatment at Memorial Medical Cancer Center without health insurance. I would like to end with the words of Yehuda Bauer. We are all one human race, interconnected and interdependent. Politics that are not based on moral considerations are, at the end of the day, not practical politics at all. I come from a people that gave the 10 Commandments to the world. Let us agree that we need 3 more, and they are these. Thou shalt not be a perpetrator, thou shalt not be a victim, and thou shalt never, but never, be a bystander. Let it be known that I will never be a bystander and accept this injustice and discrimination. I have the power to use my voice. You have the power to enact solutions. Please open this to public discussion for solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium to address the commission? Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, County Manager, Mr. Macias,
What I'm here today to talk about is this Facebook video going around. It's entitled, Plea for Help, Incident at South Solano in Missouri. Criminal attack on a small business owner. Last Friday, it was an assault. He got hit by a belt buckle. The guy was swinging it. I'll send it to you guys. It's a really nasty looking picture here. The police came, video was shown to the police. They couldn't arrest him even though he insisted. The guy came back the next day and did more damage. And that's what Carlos was asking. He didn't want that to happen, but it did. This has been going on for a year. This happened behind his building. He's asking for help. He's asking for help from the city, and he's asking for help from the county. I'm going to try to help him out. The Desert Hope Apartments there in the middle of the city near Solano and Idaho, they're a menace. They need to be closed down tomorrow. So that I'm going to send you. Me and Juan Garcia took it upon ourselves to go to the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. They run the Desert Hope Apartments. There's 2 members appointed by the county and 3 by the city. And every time we mention it to Becky Graham, Councilor Graham, who is doing her best, she says, we can't do anything about it. We don't own the Desert Hope Apartments. Well, the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority does, with 2 members appointed by you guys, the county, and 3 by the city. I think they need to be closed down tomorrow. They are allowing people in there that are, they don't require sobriety there at the Desert Hope Apartments. They'll have the fentanyl king of southern New Mexico living next door to a person trying to get off drugs. The model won't work. Why are we continuing with it? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll move forward to staff input. Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, just very quickly, just to update the commission that from this past legislative session, or excuse me, over the next 90 days, you're going to see an influx in to approve different grant agreements. There'll be $16 million that will be coming from the legislature for a variety of issues to make improvements in the community. We received over $15 million from the Colonias Infrastructure Board to basically help the county address flood and utility issues. And just recently, we've been awarded over $31 million to basically develop or build an overpass within the Santa Teresa area. We're going to be receiving $4.8 million from the Public Education Department for the summer internship program. And I could go on to some of the smaller grants. You're going to see some of them on today's agenda as well. I just want to, again, indicate to the committee, or to the commission, that we're going to be receiving over between 70 and $75 million that I'm aware of over the course of the next 90 to 120 days. It's going to take the expenditure budget for the county over $400 million. That's never, ever happened before in the history of the county. So I do want to know that through a series of partnerships and support from the commission, that there's quite a bit that we're going to be able to do this coming fiscal year related to impacts, beneficial impacts within the county.
Great news, Mr. Macias. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to county elected officials' input. I see no county elected officials besides the commissioners. So we'll move on to commission input. Commissioners, Commissioner Reynolds, anything? I saw that you were ready.
Almost. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity and the pleasure to actually attend the 248th year Army birthday ball this weekend. It was such a great event, and I think I was the only elected official there, but being a veteran and Vietnam era veteran and getting to attend the ceremony, it's my second year doing it, I encourage everyone to actually try to get a ticket to that ball. It was so much fun. I don't know how many of you know, but there's so many ceremonial things that go on, and White Sands represents probably the best of the Army. And we are so fortunate to have White Sands, Fort Bliss, and Holloman in our area here. I know, has anybody ever heard that the fact that they close bases and there's always bases on a closed list? Okay, that happens all over the country, happens all over the world. We closed like 70% of the bases in Germany. We had over 50,000 people there, soldiers there. Now we're down to less than 15,000. So the point I'm trying to make about that is two things. White Sands and Fort Bliss represent 25% of the Army's land mass worldwide. And both of those bases are so critical with the deployments from Fort Bliss and the testing that goes on at White Sands that they will probably never, ever close, because we cannot duplicate that anyplace else in this country. And something else that many citizens here probably don't know is White Sands actually, I can attribute roughly $90 million a year or more, okay, to the economy here in Las Cruces because of White Sands being right across the border. So I think it's important that we understand, and we as a community continue to embrace them the way we have and appreciate what the Army does for us and show them how much we care every time we get a chance. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez, anything?
I had a few items, Madam Chair. Mr. Macias, when you talked about the grants that are coming in, do we know when we'll be seeing the $31 million grant from the federal government to work on the rail crossings in Santa Teresa?
That is what I referred to. It's actually $31 million. It's already been announced by the White House that there's, I think, 64 projects across the country that were funded. This is that one.
Okay.
Right now, as you're aware, we previously received $1.6 million to do the design up to 30%. We're actually going to be able to take it up to 60%. The funding that will come in will complete the design, but that should only take a couple of months. I'm anticipating that we actually could be ready to go to construction within less than a 6-month period. That's my anticipation. It really depends on when we actually get the grant agreement, which will then be brought to the board for approval.
Do we have a timeline at all on when that would be coming?
Well,
I don't know, maybe a
it's
guesstimate.
the federal government. I think that they know how close we are to the completion of design.
Okay.
So I anticipate within a 90-day period,
Okay.
hopefully less.
No, I think that'll be good. I think it's as we've talked as a board, it's with all the progress we've made in Santa Teresa, I just was curious on, that's one of the big items that really kind of helps with the traffic flow through the.
Absolutely, and Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, again, this is one of the projects that Insight helped us with a lot, brought in some technical experts that really strengthened the application. And I do want to thank, because we did have state partners who helped advocate with the Secretary for the Department of Transportation. I believe that even the governor was advocating on our behalf related to that. But it certainly is a tremendous influx of money, and with what is the monies that are going to be going into the jet port, we're really going to be able to advocate, or at least represent, that Santa Teresa meets all of the criteria for truck traffic, rail traffic, and air traffic, now that we'll be able to build up the runway at the jet port to accept cargo airplanes as well.
Great.
So it's an exciting opportunity with everything that is going on down there.
Absolutely. And the other question I had was going to be, when can we expect an update on the trash service or a presentation on where we stand? I know we discussed it in December. I know there's been efforts ongoing, but I think as the commission is, I'd love to see what the latest information is and when, from those discussions.
Yes, I'm going to ask for the patience of the commission just a little bit longer. Certainly, I've been in conversations with Patrick Peck from the South Central Solid Waste, but the contractor that we're using completed their work related to the Santa Teresa area, but we're wanting them to encompass the La Union area. And I don't think that will take too long to do, but after we're done, then we will be making a presentation related to the potential for a pilot project.
Okay. So like I said, hopefully we'll have some more on that. And then the last thing, and this is just more of a comment, I know we've discussed infrastructure, and I know in the last couple of meetings we've discussed Grua, but I know in my district in particular, Doña Ana Water, an understanding that the county government does not have jurisdiction over the water, the mutual domestic water associations. But what I was hoping is, I know we had some discussions in January about requests in, I know particularly my district, on trying to come up with a plan to switch those that are septic over to sewage or the sewer lines. And so I was wondering how we might be able to strategize and figure out, especially in the areas that are near Las Cruces, which ones and where we might work with the city, which ones we might need to work with the water associations. But I know I received a call from a constituent, and when I started looking into the water association, what they've done around sewer, and it's been little to nothing. And it's frustrating because I think as a county, this is something that we want to do. We want to get people off of septic onto sewer and get them connected. But when we don't have the cooperation of our utilities and our water associations, it's frustrating because it is on their ICIP list. But I think the only funding I've seen coming to them is from the Colonias Infrastructure Fund for the current lift station. And they have they've had a 5 to 6 year plan for about the last 10 years focusing on sewer and trying to expand, and nothing's been done. And so I don't know how, as a county, we can bring forth some sort of efforts with the various sewer providers. In addition, I know we operate our own, but how do we continue to work on connecting people from septic onto sewer and trying to kind of maybe give some push to those that are maybe not as willing to advance that at the moment because they may have other priorities. But as I said, I'd love to maybe have some discussion, whether it's offline or as a commission, trying to figure out how we strategize that. Because I think as a county, we've done a lot to try to continue to get those connections. And I want to make sure we continue with that as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of just take a couple minutes, because I know that we are running very far behind. Just to say that every single person on this board represents our constituents. I know that. I think most of the people in this audience knows that. But also, I think that most of the people on this board, if not everyone, believes that we should be reaching behind us, grabbing the person below us, bringing them up, because when we talk about health, safety, and welfare of every single person in this county, it includes everyone, whether you believe in what I believe in or what Commissioner Sanchez believes in or whatever it is, but we represent different parts of this community. And I am proud to be a member of the LGBTQ community. And we talk about respect, we talk about perseverance, we talk about all these things, especially in public comment when people come up and bring up these subjects. And I don't see respect. I don't see reaching behind and grabbing the person behind you and bringing them up. I don't see us worried about or caring about the health and safety of others and what hateful comments do, attacking trans and queer on a daily basis here at this commission meeting. I just don't understand where we're going, what the point is, and it's really hurtful. And I sit here, and it is Pride Month, And I'm deeply saddened that this is what we choose to do. I actually really love the comment about doing the proclamations before a public comment to see what we are doing in this county. That is so good. Hearing from County Manager Macias about the grants that we are going after and the money that is coming and influxing into our county, all the wonderful things that we can be focusing on, but we choose hate and we choose ignorance over everything else. And it's just not what I think this commission is about. It's not what I think anyone on this commission is about. And it just saddens me today to sit here and listen to this and to see the hate, the obvious disrespect. That's all I can say. It's just hateful. And it saddens me that my children are out there watching this knowing that their father's marriage and their father's relationship is null and void because of what people say in this community and what people say in this room today. And you know, everyone on this board is there for each other and we care. And, you know, this county is my family now. And I chose to run for office to represent those people below me and those people behind me and to bring them forward and find them respect and find them love and a place to go. And if that's what I do on this commission, I am going to be very proud to show people that we can do this and that this community is loving. Because I don't feel loved today. And it's just sad, but I'm gonna continue on and I'm gonna represent the community that I choose to represent because they are out there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez. Commissioner Murillo.
I do have a request from the commissioners from now on to the future here. I know I've had some of the commissioners engage with some members in my district regarding some projects. And I think it's kind of disrespectful that I'm not contacted. And I think I don't want to be stepping on other commissioners' toes going into their districts. So I kindly request that when you do speak to somebody from my district, that call me so I know what's going on, because I'm the last one to know. And I request that from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, just two very quick points. I just want to, again, let Commissioner Sanchez and the commission know that the Doña Ana Mutual Domestic did receive $6 million from the Colonias Infrastructure Board, and we will extend a request to see about what their planning phases are related to solid waste, and to see if we can have a discussion or a meeting with them to see in what way the county might be able to promote or work in tandem with them.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I think I agree. Like I said, that project was for their main lift station that they have. But like I said, they have several others that are on their list that they've done nothing. They haven't gone at all to coordinate or work with our state legislators, trying to get capital outlay. They've never worked with the county. Right. Like I said, I feel like they're working in a void without trying to coordinate with all the different government agencies to try to do what's best for.
And Madam Chair, we will take the initiative to set up that meeting and have that discussion.
And I know, like I said, I know it's a lot, and I know that's not us, but I'm just saying if we can try to see how we can influence them, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Macias.
just on another note, I just want to recognize that Commissioner Murillo this weekend made massive amounts of gorditas.
1,184.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have the exact count to raise money for her community. So I did try to persuade her to bring the commission and the county manager some gorditas today, but she said she's had enough of it and won't make them again till next year.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And just before we move forward, I do have a couple of comments regarding the water situation that Commissioner Sanchez addressed. I did attend a national water discussion last week, and I will be sharing that video with my fellow commissioners along with the commissioners from CRUA, and we discussed that last night, as Mr. Westmoreland knows. Also, there is beginning talks with Representative Joanne Ferrari in my district regarding switching septic tanks to wastewater connections. So I think it's starting in all districts, so I appreciate that from all the commissioners. And I'd like to address the comments that Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez stated. We are a united commission. We respect each other. We disagree very politely and never in public. There is a lot of caring and support from my fellow commissioners, and I really appreciate that. There have been some hateful comments, or maybe not hateful, but, well, hateful comments that hurt our feelings, and I heard some today. One of them was a certain commissioner should be censured because I read a proclamation. And I invite anyone who has any issues to call any commissioner on this board. We will be more than happy to sit and chat with you, sit across the table, have a discussion, because that's why we're here. So to my fellow commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez, Commissioner Murillo, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being so awesome. So we'll move on now to regular minutes. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Moved by Commissioner Reynolds. I heard a second from Commissioner Murillo. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
No, ma'am.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number 3. Proclaim June 25th as Centennial of the American Association of University Women's Day in Doña Ana County. May I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present this proclamation. Turning 100 years this month, the American Association of University Women in Las Cruces is a grassroots organization that has been encouraging education in girls and supporting women in the workplace across Doña Ana County. They have 2 major scholarships that support New Mexico State University and Doña Ana Community College, where young women are enrolled each year. But the impact they have in education begins even earlier in a girl's academic journey with Girls Can. It's a conference for 6th grade girls who gather at the Doña Ana Community College campus, where they have an extraordinary experience. Professional women are invited from a cross-section of industries and professions to help the girls explore a wide variety of careers that they may not otherwise have been exposed to at home or at school. They hear about different paths successful women travel to achieve those goals, and they can be inspired to stay the academic course. We are so honored to have the following officers from AAUW Las Cruces join us today to tell us a bit more about their organization and receive the proclamation celebrating their 100th anniversary. We have Ann Chase, who is the Las Cruces co-president, if you'll step forward. Donna Yorgos, did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, another Las Cruces co-president. And Marcia Hoke. Okay, if you'll step forward, please. And if you have anything to say, we'd love to hear it. Would everyone like to, representing that association, would you like to come up?
Well, some people were here and they had to leave, so, but we have a couple more people.
Thank you for being so patient this morning. We appreciate it.
I understand long agendas. I didn't come prepared to say anything particularly, just thank you for this proclamation and recognition. And I am honored to have been president for the last 2 years and 1 more year, and to have Donna Yorgos
be my co-president for the next 2 years. So we really do enjoy helping young women in this community to give them the idea, to show them opportunities that are open to them and encourage them. That's our primary goal. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you very much for the proclamation. We appreciate it. And I want to point out that one of our national officers is with us today, Julia Brown. And she has worked long and hard on the same issues that we find important, empowering women and girls so that they can have a better future.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and Commissioners. It's really exciting, and I'd like to express appreciation on behalf of AAUW's National Board, of which I'm the chairperson, for your recognition of the work of this branch. It is one of many branches which are in every state across the nation and globally. The national organization is 143 years old, and at 100, this branch is one of our oldest in the nation, and we're so excited about the work that they continue to do in this community.
Well, thank you and congratulations, and thank you for all the hard work that you do, and thank you for helping our children. We appreciate you. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas the American Association of University Women, AAUW, is a national grassroots organization with a leading voice in advancing gender equity in education and the workplace. It is also one of the largest funders of a women's graduate education, investing in women who go on to change the world. And whereas the American Association of University Women branch in Las Cruces was the first branch in New Mexico to be accepted into the national network on the 25th of June of 1923 and celebrates 100 years this month. To its members' credit, it has remained one of the most active branches working countywide to empower and advance women and girls. And whereas for 27 years, the AAUW-LC has hosted Girls Can. This is a one-day conference bringing sixth grade girls together to enable their career exploration and learn from female role models in various professional fields. With a nominal fee of $5, the American Association of University Women hosts a growing number of girls annually, reaching 272 participants this year. And whereas in 1988, the American Association of University Women has given 4 graduating female high school students enrolled at New Mexico State University a yearly True Grit Award scholarship of $500. They also award 8 endowed scholarships of $500 each to NMSU and the Doña Ana County College students. And whereas the American Association of University Women Las Cruces seeks to increase public awareness of their work and invite residents to become members and have a lasting and meaningful impact on the lives of girls and young women in our community, now therefore the Doña Ana County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 25th day of June as Centennial of the American Association of University Women. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the Commission.
Thank you. Any commissioners, anything to add to that? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Gladly, yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, could you please join us down here?
We will now move forward to agenda item number 4, and I'm really excited about this. I know that you all have been waiting all morning. It is to recognize the New Mexico State University Track and Field Team for the first outdoor track and field WAC championship title. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Reynolds, a second from Commissioner Sanchez. Ladies and gentlemen, this 2022-23 school year has been one of the greatest successes for our student athlete teams at NMSU. We are honored to have the New Mexico football team, women's soccer team, and now the outdoor track and field team's turn. Coach Joseph Rath and his staff have built a respectable program that has continued to build upon their success from year to year. Last year, the Aggie men and women's cross-country teams took home 4th place and 8th place championships at the WAC cross-country championships, respectively. Athletes have been individually experiencing success as well. This year's successful season is a great cap to what have been building with their first WAC Outdoor Track and Field Championship. 7 Aggies made it to the regionals in Sacramento, California. That is so wonderful. With the 3 players being Elijah Logan, Tristine, Jonna Dowie, advancing out of the preliminaries and becoming the first Aggies to do so since 2018. This is truly a special and awesome team. We so thank you for giving us something to cheer about. Go Aggies! And we look forward to building upon this success. We're honored to have Coach Joseph Rath here with us today to accept this proclamation and part of his team. So if you'll come on up, please, to the podium.
Could you all run on up here, please?
Come on up. And believe it or not, I used to be a cross-country runner many, many years ago. Take care of your knees. Is there anything that any of you would like to say to the commission? Besides that, we're so proud of you.
I just want to say thank you so much to the commissioners for this honor. It really is, it's great for this recognition. The girls obviously work very hard. Track and field is a pretty special sport because it's a lot of sports all in one. Our team represents about 40 different athletes, a lot of coaching staff, so there's lots of thanks to go around on that end. It takes a village on that end to do something special. Anytime you do something like this that's never been done before, it's a pretty cool thing. These ladies overcame a lot. They're a very resilient team. Some of the others had fallen short in the past. Aaliyah Logan, ended up being disqualified in indoors, came back and made it to the second round of nationals. Therese Steen here in the 400 hurdles, she didn't make it in the finals indoors on it, came back, second round of nationals, helped our team win that conference title. The only other thing I'll add, is just what's special about these women too, is Lainey Welpley here. She unfortunately is going to be a Lobo later on, but she ended up being, ran for us a couple years here as a master's degree, and then had missed out making it in medical school. Kept going on, helped us out, got a chance to represent us, as one of our coaches, and now got accepted in medical school at New Mexico University. And Therese Steen, again, hopefully helping our medical field here. They'll all come back and contribute again. She's in nursing school, which is exceptionally difficult when she has to be on her feet right now with double clinicals, 12 hours a day, come back out and have to do a bunch of repeat 200s with Coach Davis. So just wanted to thank you guys very much for this honor, and just hopefully we will continue to represent the university and this community well. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And I know it takes a lot of time and dedication. We're so proud of you. Keep going forward and make us proud. Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, before I begin reading, I wonder if we could ask the athletes if they would introduce themselves individually, because we have a lot of names here, but in sake of brevity, maybe they can introduce who's here, and we'll recognize the team in general.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And if the athletes have anything to say, we'd love to hear from you.
So I'm Aaliyah Logan. I'm a sprint hurdler. I do 100-meter hurdles, 60-meter hurdles indoor. I'm actually from Canada, so yeah. But I love it here. It's awesome. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Therese Dean. I'm the 400 hurdler. I just want to thank you guys for the recognition and for allowing us to be able to showcase our talent. Thank you.
My name is Lainey Welpley. I was an athlete about 2 years ago. As Coach Rath mentioned, I'm now part of the coaching staff. I want to thank you for the recognition. It's really nice for the track program to get that kind of recognition, in the athletic department as well. So we thank you for that, and I'm really proud of the girls behind me and also the coaching staff who continues to work incredibly hard and goes above and beyond for their athletes. Thank you.
And Ms. Wepley, I know that your father is posting pictures everywhere on Facebook, and I've seen them.
No.
They look fabulous. And
Thank
you
you.
look fabulous in them.
Thank
so.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, with your permission, whereas it is with immense pride and pleasure that we acknowledge the outstanding achievements of our New Mexico State University outdoor track and field team for its third outdoor title in program history and the first in 19 years. And whereas this exceptional group of talented athletes has displayed unwavering dedication, perseverance, and sportsmanship throughout this season, excelling in distance running, throws, jumps, and sprints. And whereas after months of rigorous training, intense competition, and countless hours of sacrifice, the NMSU outdoor track and field team emerged as triumphant first-time champions of the Western Athletic Conference, the WAC. And again, within the proclamation, we have all of the names of the athletes. Whereas the success of this team is a testament to the relentless efforts of the athletes, their dedicated coaches, supportive staff, and the unwavering support of the university and the entire community. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize the NMSU track and field team on a successful season and the 2023 WAC Outdoor Championship title. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez, I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share a video with them just before we vote.
Is that of you doing the sprint? Yes. I knew that.
Running to the bar, maybe. That look familiar?
Maybe not.
It's you guys running on top of the dam in the morning. It's
Oh,
sunrise.
is that? It looks like like a ritual or something.
I guess it is.
How funny. That's a cool video.
Commissioner Reynolds, would you share that with the rest of the commission via email? We'd love to see it.
I will. It's, actually, the good question is, why was I there at 6 o'clock in the morning, when you guys were running? That's probably the better question.
Any
But,
other comments, commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
If you'd like to have a copy of that.
Motion passes
Give me
unanimously.
an email address or a phone number. I'll send it to you.
Does anybody else besides me know the Aggie song?
I was moving rocks. I should probably post this on the website. Yeah, we could, too, yeah. We got one more, though, one more proclamation, yeah. Well, I didn't think about it before I got here, sorry. But you're right. I will.
Yeah, let me have the gray one. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, proclaim June as Immigrant Heritage Month in Doña Ana County. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Have a motion
Second.
by Commissioner Sheldo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Murillo?
Yes, so today we proclaim June as Immigrant Heritage Month. This is the 10th annual Immigrant Heritage Month in Doña Ana County and across the country. America is known to be a country where opportunity lies and where people can come to fulfill their dreams. If we go back far enough, there's a story of survival, hope, and courage that comes through all of our ancestors as immigrants. National Immigrant Heritage Month is about recognizing that we all hail from somewhere. Is it within those origin stories we find that make up the richness of what we call the United States of America? We are a melting pot of the contributions and cultures across the world. And I'm one of those, as my mother comes from Naica, Chihuahua. My father was born in Chamberino, New Mexico. And we have descendants of Mexican, Native, and Spanish. Because of our geographical location, the term immigration and the legalities of it's heard quite often. But I do not want us to miss the opportunities to recognize the influence of immigrants across our country. We have organizations here in Doña Ana County who advocate for immigrants, treat them with dignity and respect, and help them access the rights of citizenship in our nation. Today, we have with us Christina Roberts, the Department of Justice accredited representative from Catholic Charities of Southern New Mexico, to speak about the work they do daily and the ways they welcome immigrants and help them become a productive piece of the fabric of Doña Ana County. Ms. Christina Roberts.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this proclamation on behalf of Catholic Charities. My name is Christina Roberts. I'm accredited with immigration and I love what I do to help our immigrants. I've been working in Catholic Charities since 2008. On behalf of Catholic Charities, one more time, and Rose Chavarria is here with me. We want to say thank you.
Es nuestro placer. Si gusta pasar, señora. Buenos días y bienvenida.
Bienvenida, good morning. My name is Rose Chavarria. I am a paralegal and I'm also office manager at Catholic Charities. And we're here because we're proud that you guys are proclaiming the National Heritage for immigrants. That's what we do at the office. We help people that need services, not only immigration services, but we also help people low income that can't afford to pay their rent, bills, and stuff like that. We also help victims of domestic violence. We do VAWAs and U visas, so we help a lot of the community here in Doña Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Murillo, thank you for bringing this proclamation forward. I know, as you said, everybody has that immigration story, and I think particularly here in Doña Ana County, there's so much of that. I know as I look at my family, my grandfather was a bracero that came over and was able to bring my dad and my tios and my tia over from Mexico. And I recognize, even having talking with my kids, how I'm the first generation to not have to work in the fields. You know, I hear the stories that we're talking earlier from the Governor Apodaca where he was paddled or spanked or punished for speaking Spanish, and those are the stories of my family. And even you hear the stories of those that even the braceros that had to, when they came over, were sprayed with DDT, the way they were treated, immigrants, the way they, and it's not, I mean, I think that's the story of America, is that I'm glad we're celebrating immigrants, but the struggles that they had, even getting here, even being here, and we continue to see it every day, even now. We don't learn from our history. We continue to hear how immigrants are demonized, and yet we need to continue to have proclamations like this to lift up these stories and realize the contributions that the immigrants have on our communities, on our country. And I'm so thankful that we can talk about that. And I really hope that when we talk on immigrants and people of color, that we understand and we continue to speak their stories of the struggles that they had, so that hopefully one day we don't continue to repeat these patterns. Because I like I said, the same things that I hear of what the braceros and even those before that came had to deal with we're still hearing the same things, talking about immigrants taking our jobs and doing this and doing that. And that was 60 years ago when 70 years ago when my abuelo came over. And yet we still have the same stories, the same things. So thank you for coming. Thank you for allowing us to lift up and recognize these contributions that immigrants have brought to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else, commissioners? Well, I'd like to thank you, darle las gracias a ustedes. I get so many calls. I work in the courthouse, and so I get so many calls, and I don't think you've ever turned a single person down. And I know that from personal knowledge. I've been an interpreter in the courts for many, many years, and I know that people go to Catholic Charities and they're helped with their visas. They're helped, and I help, and I don't know if you are aware, I do a lot of birth certificates and marriage certificate translations for our immigrants that come into this community, and I'm very proud to do so. And if I can help in any way, please let me know. I know that there's other interpreters and translators in the community that are willing to step up to help your organization so that our people that are coming to this country can make it a little bit easier, make it easier for them rather. But again, felicidades, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to recognize that the efforts on behalf of Catholic Charities, the Catholic Church, but all churches in Doña Ana County, the role that they've played related to assisting with the influx of immigrants into the area. Whereas Doña Ana County joins with other municipalities and entities across the country to celebrate the 10th Annual Immigrant Heritage Month celebration, acknowledging the generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe who have built our country's economy and created the unique character of our nation. And whereas the majority of Americans have an immigrant story, whether your family came to this country last year or more than a century ago, most people have an immigrant heritage that helps shape who they are. And whereas immigrants have provided the United States with unique social and cultural influence, fundamentally enriching the extraordinary character of our nation, in Doña Ana County, immigrants continue to grow businesses, innovate, strengthen our economy, and create American jobs. And whereas immigrants have been tireless leaders, not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but have also campaigned to create a fair and more just society for all Americans. Whereas we call upon the residents, businesses, organizations in the county to celebrate the contributions and accomplishments of immigrants throughout history and present day. By embracing the diversity of our nation, we can work towards building a more inclusive and welcoming society for all who have something to offer to the human experience. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of June as Immigrant Heritage Month. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 6, proclamation honoring Juneteenth in Doña Ana County. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually honored to be able to provide this proclamation. We do it every year, but this is such a significant event, Juneteenth, and the day that the people in Texas found out that they had been emancipated for over a year, I think 2 years. And so this is why we celebrate this. But Juneteenth is a historical holiday, and I'm going to read this. It's a historical holiday we celebrate and proudly recognize each year. Juneteenth fosters a sense of community and unity. It brings people together from different backgrounds to commemorate and reflect on the struggles of the past while working towards more inclusive and equitable future. It is an opportunity for individuals and communities to engage in dialogue, build bridges, and promote social justice. We encourage every resident to reflect on this day and join discussions, celebrations for Doña Ana County's Juneteenth 2023 Power Weekend, hosted by New Mexico State University's Men of Color, initiative in partnership with DJ Black, Doña Ana County NAACP, and the City of Las Cruces. The weekend starting Friday, June 16th, hold many free activities, while there are still tickets available for the Juneteenth banquet, which will feature Senator Harold Pope Jr. at 5 p.m. Saturday, June the 17th. Activities throughout the weekend include jazz concerts, an African dance workshop, talks, and celebrations for the whole family with tasty food, fun games, and activities. Tell us more and receive the proclamation. That's what I'm supposed to do, I think. Well, I have to say, I have been a part of this organization in some fashion for several years. And what a lot of people don't know, and Dr. Green epitomizes this, is this is not about only people of color. This organization represents all the people that are unrepresented and get lost in society and don't have a voice. So if you think about yourself even, you may feel like you need a voice. You may feel like you need to be heard. And the NAACP stands up for everyone and fights for everyone's rights according to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So thank you. Dr. Green, would you like to say something, please?
Good morning, Dr. Green.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. I tried to get it right. I think I got it right. Commissioner Murillo, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Reynolds, thank you for the intro, and County Manager Macias. It is, again, a privilege and an honor to be here to receive the proclamation. It is not lost on me that we have been collaborating with the County Board of Commissioners for many years. And I would like to just say today that I have such a renewed respect for the dignity and the grace, the patience and the tolerance that you show all the time, but especially today, given all of the comments that were said today. And I am grateful for your service. So please know that. I just want you to know that. And so this Juneteenth 2023 Power Weekend is about collaboration, of course, with the county and the city. It's also about education. It's about commemoration. And as the NAACP has been known to do from time to time, if necessary, it is about legislation as well. So we are grateful. We hope that you will partake in some of the wonderful events. We have a national jazz recording artist, Nat Reeves, who's coming for 2 days. He'll be here on the 18th at the Performing Arts Center and on the 19th at the Music Recital Hall on the NMSU campus. So you will want to hear him. He is legendary. There are also other wonderful events that are planned. I'm exhausted already, but it's good trouble, that, like, as John Lewis would say. So I want to say thank you for, again, for the collaboration and for the years of service and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there anyone else that you have that would like to come up with you?
Julia Brown, former board member, is here, so I will invite her to come up. And a life member of the NAACP as well.
Good morning again.
All right, so. who's the-
I need
read it
a
already?
vote, please.
Yes, Mr.
Anything
Macias.
else, commissioners, before we vote? Commissioner Reynolds, anything else?
Anything else?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just say that even if you're not a
Proclamation, yes.
jazz fan,
We have a
there's going to be great music this weekend.
Mr. Macias, would you read the proclamation?
Oh, Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
at what time this weekend?
Well, the events, the first concert is Billy Townsend. That's Friday evening at 7 o'clock. The banquet starts at 6 o'clock on Saturday. The Performing Arts Center concert starts at 7 on Sunday, and the Music Recital Hall concert starts at 7 p.m. on Monday. So please, and all of those, with the exception of the banquet, are open and free to the public.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, is an important historical and cultural observance commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States. And whereas through the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued by President Abraham Lincoln on the 1st of January of 1863, it was not until the arrival of Union troops and General Gordon Granger's arrival in Galveston, Texas, on the 19th of June of 1865, proclaiming freedom for all enslaved people, did the enslaved population in Texas and New Mexico learn of their freedom. And whereas Juneteenth represents a pivotal moment in our nation's history, symbolizing the end of the enslavement and owning of human beings as property, and the beginning of an ongoing process towards racial justice and equality, and whereas Juneteenth also provides an opportunity to reflect on the struggles, achievements, and contributions of African Americans throughout history, recognizing their resilience, creativity, and enduring spirit in the face of adversity and oppression. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations and activities are meant to foster unity, promote cultural understanding, encourage dialogue about the history and remnants of slavery in America. And whereas the Commission does encourage residents to observe this day and participate in the local events sponsored by the New Mexico State University, the NAACP, and other partners who come together to celebrate the progress we have made as a nation while recognizing the work that still lies ahead. The 2023 theme is "This is Power," which speaks to the strength and resiliency of the NAACP community and its supporters. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 19th of June as Juneteenth.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. No. Now I need a roll call vote, please. Did they vote? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the consent agenda, I've been requested for a small break. And so we're going to do 5-6 minutes, please. No longer than that. Thank you. We're in recess for a break.
Just because the attorney can't do it doesn't mean it's that hard. What's that? Just because an attorney can't do it doesn't mean it's that hard. It's just too hard for me. As much as I've been to court, I think I could do your job better too. You probably could.
We're back in session. Oh, we lost one commissioner. Commissioners, is there any item that you would like to consider outside of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Murillo? No?
No.
Yes, Madam Chair, item 18 has a typo. I want to make sure that gets corrected because it says $5 million instead of 500,000.
What number was that?
Number 18.
I don't see it on my agenda.
It's actually on the documents that are supporting documents. Not on
Oh,
the agenda.
supporting documents,
It's on
just
the
a
supporting
second.
documents. When you open the documents on item 18, you go down into the details of it, and it states in one place it states 5 million, and everywhere else it states 500,000. So it's in the title of the agenda to be considered. It's just a typo.
Did you find it, Mr. Macias?
I see it, yes.
Okay, thank
Looks
you.
like they had a zero instead of a comma.
Okay, besides that, anything else, Commissioner?
Yep.
All right, then may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded, the motion is seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 4-1, and just for the record, Commissioner Sanchez stepped out for just a couple of minutes.
Chair Chaparro, consent agenda, a couple of them have resolution numbers.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 2023-42. Item number 12, 2023-43. Item number 13, 2023-44. Item number 16, 2023-45. And item number 19, 2023-46.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you for jumping in before I started.
And Madam
the
Chair, I'm not
next-
sure if I misheard or if you misspoke. It could be either one. I thought you said it was 4-1. It was actually 4-0. We have one. that wasn't.
Thank you, 4-0. I appreciate that. Did I misspeak?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'd also recognize the fact that we have our state representative for investments here does the LEADER program for us, and we appreciate you showing up and being patient and hanging around the whole afternoon, the whole day and morning too. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 20, approvals, authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance for the issuing of bonds for financing the construction of an affordable senior living facility. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any discussion?
I think it's important for the public to know that that money that the bonds are actually going to be paid not by the county, so we are not on the hook for these bonds. And I think that's important to understand that this is not a commitment for us to the funds, but simply a cooperation and approval with the other organization to do this.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, anything else? Mr. Macias? Anything? All right. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 4-0. We will be moving forward with agenda item number 21, authorized publication of an ordinance amending the county regional spaceport gross receipts tax. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. Commissioner Reynolds?
We're just want to get this on the agenda and publish it so we can have a discussion about reducing the GRT tax here in the county and returning roughly $4 million a year back to the public. And that's the reason for the reduction. And also, we're actually generating more than double of what it takes to cover the bonds that we are on the hook for. So by doing this, we can return some money back to the community and/or possibly reallocate the money to some other program that we desperately need in the county. So that's the reason for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any comments, discussion? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, was that a sigh or a hunger sigh or?
No, I just have one question, and that is, there is an effect to the school district in the amount of $800,000, I believe?
Yes.
$800,000 per year. Do we have anyone from the school district here today to thoughts on that at all? Because I think that goes to science and tech, right? Those are STEM monies.
Commissioner Saljo Hernandez, yes, in fact, if you look at the detail that I actually provided here, over the last, since 2009 and 10, since we passed the tax for this, we've been providing money to the school, roughly 25% of the GRT tax. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've generated so much more additional GRT tax that we've totally eclipsed what they've been getting for the last 8, 10 years. So this, if we do this correctly, and we do it now, the impact on the school should be negligible unless they have over-promised or over-committed the funds that we provided them just recently. And this also doesn't take effect until the first of the year. It gives them 6 or 8 months to adopt the program, to understand what's going on. But it should not impact the programs that they currently have that we've been funding for the 10 to 12 years based on my discussion. And that's what we can go into after the publication. We'll probably have some people from the board members that'll be here and the spaceport that'll want to have these discussions. And I think that's when we go through all of this. So right now, all we want to do is just publish, just get it out there for 30 days so we can consider the modification later.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
so
Murillo.
It's just to publicize, right? It's not to,
It's just to publish.
okay.
Anything else, commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
No. Motion carries 4-1. We will now move on with the approvals. Agenda item number 20, authorization to publish title and general summary. I apologize. I got ahead of myself.
23. Because we removed 22.
Yes, that was a
from
part of the consent agenda. It's been a long morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will move on to agenda item number 23, approve revised contract with Gadsden Independent School District for school resource officers, subject to agreement by the sheriff, and approve creation of 5 school resource officers within the sheriff's department to be effective if and when a contract is finalized. May I have a motion, please?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Commissioners, any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, I'd like to have this item removed from the agenda because I don't believe it meets the requirements of Ordinance 5-3C, which require that the department, the county manager, let me see if I can read this correctly.
I didn't hear the latter part of that. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Okay. Ordinance 5-3C says no matter shall be placed on the agenda for approval, vote, or decision making unless the county manager has first determined that it has been reviewed by the appropriate departments, personnel, and entities, and it is appropriately prepared for board consideration. Since the department affected by this is the sheriff, and I don't see her signature on this document, I don't believe that we have actually done that. So I think this document is not ready for the consideration of this board. So I'd like to make a motion that we remove it from the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I have a motion to remove this item from the agenda. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I think that would be appropriately under the Robert's Rules of Order, it'd be a motion to table it
Okay, I'll make a motion.
indefinitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to table this item since it's not been properly prepared for the consideration of this board at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I have a motion to table this item for further discussion. Do I have a second? Motion fails. We'll move on to discussion. Commissioners, any other discussion regarding this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo, any comments? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
At this time, I do not have any comments, but I do have a kind of a question. Mr. Gooden, I did see a lot of your notes over the document. Do you have anything that you wanted to share on that? Is it good to go in your eyes? We're looking pretty buttoned up on this.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you know, as I've said before, it's a three-part contract. And so it would require, in order for it to be instituted, it would require the sheriffs buying into it and signing off on it. And as I've said before too, I don't believe that the board can compel the sheriff to do that. That would be up to her to do that. As far as the language in the contract itself, I think it looks fine. I think it would always be good to have this type of an issue that if the sheriff were to decide that she wanted to participate with this to make it a contract, there may be some things from an operational standpoint that she would want to see modified, but at this point, we've not received that input. And so, I mean, from what I see it at this point, it would be a document that could be signed by all three parties, should the three parties decide to do that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just in response to that question as well, actually, the red line version that you see are additions that were made based on the discussions that we had with Commissioner Sanchez at the last meeting. So everything that you see in red are the modifications based on that discussion.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez, any comments, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the wording, at least being able to see some of the drafts and being able to have the dispute resolution added in. I know, I wish there was still a couple of other items in here, but I think for now, I think after the discussion we had in the previous meeting that this is something that we can move forward with, at least considering for our approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I had seen Mr. Dempsey. Did he leave? Did he take a break? All right. Thank you. Anything else, commissioners? Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 4-1. We will now be moving on to agenda item number 24 under hearings and ordinances, public hearing for an ordinance amending Chapter 350, the Unified Development Code, Amendment Number 4. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Is Ms. Ainsworth here? She may be sprinting down the hall. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. Good morning, Ms. Ainsworth.
Good morning, and thank you for your patience with me. I am here to present amendments, Amendment Number 4 to Chapter 350, the UDC.
Are you working out for the track team? Is that why you are running down here?
Yes, I
practicing for the
wanna,
track team that we have.
I wanna see if I can try out.
Yeah.
So we do have several sections that are being amended or requested to be amended. I just want to just remind that when we presented for publication, there were amendments that had been proposed by staff that had gone for approval to the P&Z for a recommendation. And there were additional amendments that were presented at that meeting that were suggested by Commissioner Sanchez. The packet that you received does not make that distinction, but as I go through them, I will alert you when it's an amendment that was proposed at that particular meeting. So the first set of revisions would be to the special use permit. And these were intended primarily to clarify requirements for the special use permit and what is required to be submitted. So the first suggestion here is to include language when there is a code violation on the property, that special use permit will not be allowed to proceed if those violations cannot be corrected by the special use permit. For example, if there's solid waste on the property that needs to be removed or something that is not being remedied through the application. We have included some best management practices for to reduce fugitive dust. I think that's the main one here. And this is just clarifying language on notice procedures when signs need to be posted and how they need to be maintained in order for the public to be aware that there is an application. And then the primary revisions that we're proposing are clarifying requirements and specifically what staff will be looking for when they submit for those applications. When we accept applications for special use permit, they are required to submit a site plan, and it's supposed to show proposed structures, parking, ingress and egress, and make sure that there's enough detail so that staff can review that site plan and ensure that it's going to meet the requirements. And so this language here is intended to clarify that as well. And then we're also making some recommendations on decisional criteria. And so I'll just go over them. Decisional criteria for special use permits: to the extent to which the capacity of existing infrastructure, public facilities and services are available, are adequate to meet the demand generated by the proposed use, can accommodate the development. Adding under 5, environmentally sensitive areas in the vicinity, areas of historical significance, or areas that contain endangered or rare species of animal and plant life, and how the SUP will mitigate these areas if affected. Under 6, the impact of a proposed SUP because of its size and intensity on surrounding properties and how it provides a positive impact on adjacent properties is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare of the neighboring residents. And 7, implementation of best management practices for the development shall be demonstrated by the submitted schedule of activities, maintenance procedures, or other management practices and site development work that optimizes resources to be used to prevent or reduce the discharge of pollutants to the MS4 and waters of the U.S. And then here under special use permits where the P&Z is authorized to make certain decisions, we're just adding the SUP shall not be considered as establishing a binding precedent to grant other special use permits. And that's just to emphasize that these are on a case-by-case basis, and just because one has been previously approved does not mean it's appropriate in another application. And then just clarifying here provisions and conditions of the SUP, which are typically incorporated into an order when it's approved. And so this is just showing the land use matrix and the categories that you see on the land use matrix. just for your reference, because we are making or proposing changes to that matrix. And so where you see an S, it's a special use permit. Where you see A, it's permitted if assessed for agriculture. And so these are the cannabis uses that were approved in the cannabis ordinance that was proposed and approved here. You will note that on those particular lines for cannabis microbusiness producer and cannabis producer, we had, or what is currently in the ordinance shows either an A where it's allowed if there's an agricultural designation by the assessor, or a P where it's permitted outright, or an S where a special use permit is required. Now, in the zoning districts where the A is listed, if there is no agricultural assessment, then they do have the option to come in and request a special use permit to allow it on the property. At the time that ordinance was proposed, the original proposal from staff did not allow any cannabis uses in certain residential areas. And through a lot of dialogue with the public and hearings that were held with the P&Z and then subsequently here, it was agreed to allow the cannabis production in all zoning districts where there's an agricultural assessment. Since then, we've understood the challenge with allowing or using basically an assessment from the county assessor as a tool for allowing certain uses, because that assessment can change. Whereas zoning is intended to be more static. While we can propose amendments, when a zoning district allows certain uses, that zoning district doesn't change unless there's a zone change request or another mechanism to allow a use. And so what staff is proposing now is to not allow, it's hard to see it, but where those A's are, we're proposing to strike those. And so in some cases, we're proposing to change them to a permitted use. In C1 and C2, that was the intent, and for some reason, when the ordinance was finalized and signed, in the C1 and the C2, there is an A where it was actually intended to be a P. Our staff did recommend that in those zoning districts, the production uses are appropriate, permitted outright. In the more dense residential areas where you typically see suburban subdivisions, typically smaller lots, we are proposing that those uses no longer be allowed, the production uses not be allowed. There's actually only been a handful of those applications that were approved, and those obviously will continue as legal non-conforming. In some cases, we've changed that A to an S, where in those zoning districts where they could have had permission outright to do production would now require a special use permit. These were amendments that were recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So a couple of changes to some of the regulations. We did add some language, and these particular sections were changes that were proposed at the publication meeting. So just some language to clarify for cannabis consumption areas. We added some language that adults over 21 years of age, in addition to people with the medical permission. Also allowing outdoor cannabis consumption areas. That was not in the original ordinance, and it was not subject to discussion by the P&Z. And so what we're adding here is outdoor cannabis consumption areas shall be a minimum of 30 feet from a public right-of-way to prevent secondhand consumption from any passersby, and shall be in compliance with all New Mexico laws and Cannabis Control Division rules.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine, I would like to add for the outdoor, or consider adding anyway by this board, that we require that they be surrounded by a 6-foot barrier around the the outdoor area where they're smoking. So it's okay to have them 30 feet away, but I'd also like to have something so it's not intuitively obvious and that the flow of the smoke goes at a higher level over the wall than just 30 feet away.
And Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair, I appreciate that. One of the reasons that we did not include that is because the state already regulates it. And so they do require screening for outdoor consumption areas. You cannot have products that are visible from any public right-of-way. And so we can add some additional language if that's the will of the commission, but I just want to clarify that the state already regulates that.
If the state already does it, then it wouldn't hurt for us to put it in ours as well, so it's clear when people read it. That would be my thought. I don't know about the rest of the board, but, I mean, if it is included in the state and the state approves it at their level, I think at our local level, I think we need to make sure people understand as well, so there's no confusion or saying they can do it at the state, but we don't have to do it here. I think we should clearly state that and include those in this ordinance.
Madam Chair?
If possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Reynolds, I appreciate it because I think that was, as Christina had mentioned, I think that was part of the initial suggestions that I had in these, in my suggestions. And I think, so what ended up happening, if you look on the screen here at the bottom under section G1B3, at the very bottom where it says shall be in compliance with New Mexico laws and cannabis. So that's why I think when it was proposed that we'd write it that way, such that then, should there be any amendments to the state statutes, then we wouldn't necessarily always have to come in and make our adjustments. But I mean, I'm open to how we want to do it, but I think that was a suggestion, I think, from the team, was that it's already there and we'll roll with it, given that it's from the state requirements.
Madam Chair, Commissioner
Reynolds, yes.
Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate that. I think it's a good comment. The question is if the state does change it and makes it lesser or less restrictive, do we want to follow that? By only applying to their policies, then we do have to follow that. But if we have our own ideas about what's best for this community, having some specific requirements laid out here, and when they do change, then we won't have to change as well. I don't know where the future is going to go, but that's why something like that, I believe, is important enough that it'd be nice to have it in our ordinance. It's just my opinion, and everyone else would have to agree or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point
Mr.
of
Macias,
procedure.
yes.
At this point, since we're here for the public hearing, any changes to the document should be done through amendment to the document, and it should be done through motion.
Commissioners, can we wait until we go through the entire presentation before we proceed with any amendments? Is that
I
right?
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Ms. Ankles. Thank you.
Okay, and so another amendment that was also proposed at that meeting, based on input from Commissioner Sanchez, was a change to this particular section, which deals with distance requirements. I'm not showing the other section up here, but I will read it. But first, I'll point out that our current ordinance has two sections related to distance requirements. The first one, which is 2, which I'm showing changes to here, deals primarily with distance between the schools and daycares and cannabis establishments. And so it applies to any cannabis establishment, whether it's retail or just production. And so there is a requirement for 300 feet to schools and daycares currently in that ordinance. The second section, which is number 3, the way it's written deals with distance between cannabis retailers and cannabis consumption areas, which shall not be located within 300 feet of another cannabis retailer, cannabis consumption area, or residential area. For purposes of this section, all measurements taken in order to determine the location of a cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area in relation to another cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area shall be the shortest direct line measurement between the actual limits of the licensed premises of the existing cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area and the actual limits of the proposed licensed premises of the proposed cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area. The shortest direct line measurement to a residential area may be reduced by applying for a special use permit to be reviewed in a public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there's a distinction there. The second section deals with cannabis retail and cannabis consumption only, and there's a distance requirement both between cannabis establishments that have retail or consumption and cannabis retailers' consumption areas and residential. And so that is 300 feet. So the proposal that is being made is to eliminate the distance requirement between between the cannabis retailers and consumption areas, so from one establishment to another. And so what we had proposed was to include in the section, the other section, a requirement of any cannabis establishment to any residential area, rather than just the retail and consumption. Because currently, we only require that distance between retail or consumption and residential, not other cannabis uses. So the primary change here is that there would no longer be a distance requirement between cannabis retail establishments, but it would include an additional distance requirement between other cannabis types of licenses and the residential areas, which isn't currently in there. And I hope that's not too confusing.
Well, and I'd like to follow up with some questions on that because it might be a little confusing.
Yes.
I did have several calls on this, and I talked to people from my district and people throughout the county, over 20 people within the last few days. And so several things were brought to my attention, which I agree with. This opportunity for businesses came about a year and a half ago. And so there was a lot of small business owners that submitted for licensing in our county. And right now we're dealing with the unincorporated areas of the county: Chaparral, La Union, Berino, La Mesa, Array, Garfield. I've spoken to cannabis retailers, cannabis growers, realtors, and bankers. And the main concern that I gleaned from speaking to all of these people that contacted me is, what do we do about the people that submitted for their licenses a year and a half ago? And they based their business plan on projected revenue, the amount of customers, and submitted that business plan to the banks. And they still have not finished the process in some way. They're still waiting for inspections and such sort. And my concern is, if we allow retail businesses to be right next to each other, are we not ensuring that these businesses that have been planning their businesses for a year and a half, that they're not going to have the opportunity to succeed as they were envisioning this? I'm not in agreement with removing the 300 feet distance from another retail cannabis producer. Doña Ana County is huge, and there's plenty of land. I spoke to plenty of realtors. There's plenty of land. I'll give you a prime example. I was looking for a house 2 years ago. I really wanted to be in a certain neighborhood. Couldn't find it. So I had to look for a secondary location, which is as acceptable at the first. And so we have to start looking at that. Do we want our county to just be concentrated in certain areas with cannabis producers? I am in favor of retailing cannabis or retail cannabis businesses, growth businesses, but I think that we need to allow for success and not oversaturation in this area. Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
I believe this would be limiting the cannabis retailers and the distances. We don't do that in any other industry. I mean, you look at gas stations in a city center or in a local village. Gas stations can be right across from each other here in the city of Las Cruces. And I understand when I'm saying the city, that doesn't fall under the purview of the county, but you see CVS next to Walgreens. We see Valero's next to Chevron's. We see Walmart's next to near Albertsons, Target next to Albertsons. You know, I think inevitably you're going to see businesses open up where there is population centers. And while understandably the concern is about the business plan, that's part of allowing a business to be able to compete with another business. And so, you know, if two businesses are able to be successful, great. If they're not, I think that's always part of a business plan, because I think whether they're 300 feet between them or not, they still have to worry about whether they're competing with each other. And I think, so, you know, I think while we've maintained, as Ms. Ainsworth has noted, we've maintained the 300 feet with the one that you see on the screen, but I think the retail, that should be allowed to allow some freedom in which to allow more businesses to be able to compete and work together, well, you know, figure out their business plan, because I still think whether or not they're right next to each other or not, they still have to be, it has to be a sound business plan and compete with each other, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And my response to that is, I just can't find any legitimate purpose. What does it serve? And this, I spoke to a couple of representatives, and I don't think that is the spirit of the state statute. It's created for small businesses to try to establish themselves, make some money. You mentioned CVS, Target, Albertsons. Those are huge corporations. We're talking about small businesses here in this county, and how the vision of this county is going to move forward to make sure, or to at least try to support the small businesses in the best way possible. I understand competition. I have a business. I'm competing every day. Thank God my business works, but I do have support from state statute, and I do have some support from other venues. I just think this is a bad idea for the very small businesses in the state. And I don't think I believe if we're not crafting this correctly, and we're not doing this thoughtfully, and we're not doing this intentionally, then it's going to be oversaturated. We're already seeing it from the city. I have not seen the city meeting. I know that they voted it down. But I think we really need to be more thoughtful and intentional on this before it just gets out of control. And then how do we pull it back if we think it's out of control? How do we close down businesses if it gets out of control? I have, like I said, I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my constituents, and it ranged from business owners to retail owners to growers to realtors. I mean, and their voice was unanimous in what they spoke to me about, with the exception of one producer, and it's a huge producer. And I'm also concerned about companies coming in from other states, because that will happen. When they bring in their companies, setting up business next to that little teeny tiny business, and they have more money, they have more resources, they have more attorneys, and they have more time than a teeny tiny little business owner in La Union who's trying to start his little business and has been waiting 1.5 years. So that's my position. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can you clarify, what do you mean by out of control? You stated that how do we have control, that how do we rein in businesses when they're out of control? So I'm kind of curious as to what you mean by out of control.
Well, I've visited Colorado, and I've been to several cities in Colorado, visited, and this was pre-COVID. Haven't been there since. But in walking in the neighborhood where I was staying, there was so many cannabis businesses right next to each other. I spoke to the business owners that were fledgling business owners. One of them was a close family member. He started his fledgling business, and this huge company came in. Not only was he a cannabis producer, a cannabis retail owner, but also a glassblower. And within 6 months, his business was done. He is now in Las Cruces. And that's why I'm saying out of control. If we are not protecting our small businesses, I mean, there's that possibility. And once if we don't have controlled and thoughtful and intentional growth, that's what my fear is. As I've said before, Commissioner Sanchez, I've been in business a long time, and I have had very successful days and days where I don't make money. Thank goodness my business has been established here and I'm able to succeed. But I've seen many colleagues that haven't, and I want the small businesses that the spirit of the law was intended for to succeed. And so when I say out of control, I don't want it to just, I mean, once it grows that way, it's going to be very difficult for us to pull it back. We had a hearing a few months ago, and I'm not going to go over what happened in that particular hearing, but that was one of the things that could happen. And so I'm trying to look ahead, and I'm trying to envision what we'd like, or what I'd like this county to look like.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the clarification.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Ms. Ainsworth. The measurement of 300 feet, it says between businesses, is that property lines or is that actual buildings like it is with schools when we're talking about how close you can be with a sign and stuff?
Okay, and I'm glad you asked that question because I was going to bring that up. One of the reasons that we have two different sections, in the section that you see on the screen, you can see that it clearly states that it's the measurement between the actual limits of the real property. For this particular application, in the other section, when I read it, I referred to the actual limits of the licensed premises. And so when staff wrote that section, and the intent with which it was written was that it would be to the structure, because we were considering tenant spaces. So if you're a tenant space in a larger shopping center, we're not going to measure to the property line. And so I was going to request that if the will of the commission is to leave that section in, is to allow the inclusion of a definition into the amendments. And I'll go ahead and read it. For licensed premises, the limits of the structure, enclosed area, or tenant space licensed for cannabis retail or consumption.
So let me clarify something for myself in my own mind. So if I have a lot that's 900 by 900, and I put a building right in the middle, it doesn't matter how close I am to anybody else because you can't reach 300 feet to my lot line. Is that the point?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, see, I'm not happy with that, but I don't know how to solve it. However, I do agree with Chair, thank you, Chair Chaparral, in the fact that we should leave the 300-foot distance in there for between businesses, at least at this time, because like she says, if we go down that road now, it's going to be really hard or almost impossible to come back. If we don't go down the road now and we look at it a year from now and we're saying, yes, we need more businesses more closely together, then I think we can then change it without affecting the businesses that are established as much. So I agree that we should try to protect some of the people here with the 300 feet between them, as she's recommended as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to the other change that was also suggested by Commissioner Sanchez, and this was just to basically create consistency in hours of operation. What we have in the ordinance currently is retail is only allowed to operate between 7 a.m. and midnight, whereas consumption areas can operate from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And because consumption areas are in conjunction with retail based on the state regulations, it does make sense to allow the hours of operation for retail to be from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. to match the consumption areas. We base those hours of operation on what is allowed for consumption of alcohol. And so that was the rationale that staff used for those consumption areas. And so this recommendation would allow the retail also to be sold until 2 a.m.
And if I may, again, based on the calls I've received from my constituents, and one of them was a very large grower. And again, is there a legitimate purpose? And what does this serve? I just, based on what my constituents are asking me, they'd like that to remain from 7 to 12
For retail?
for retail. And 7 to, I have all these notes here that I took, and 7 to 12 on the consumption areas as well. Thank you.
So currently, the consumption areas are allowed to operate from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And the retail is allowed from 7 a.m. to midnight, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, I actually agree on that as well. I think going to 2 a.m. with the noise ordinance as we do now is already a problem. And I said to continue to have consumption until 2 a.m. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to shut down at midnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez, thank you.
what if somebody had a medicinal card for cannabis and needed to receive cannabis as for a health, a health condition? Would we limit them to be able to, if it was any other drug or treatment that they can't receive, only within certain hours, or would we allow them to receive that drug or their treatment during that time, 24 hours? Because I ask, and I think that's one of the things that we look at in particular, right, is too often we look at cannabis as alcohol. Why? Because I think of how it's always been perceived as a recreational drug. But yet, we talked already several times, even as, we were praising Governor Apodaca having a medicinal cannabis ordinance and being the first in the nation to pass it. And so if we look at this as medicinal purposes, I think, why wouldn't we allow them to stay open to 2 a.m., if not even 24 hours a day? I mean, we've seen, we allow it for pharmacies. Why not look at it from that perspective? And that was where I came with this, was trying to look at it. Like I said, we're looking at this because we had no other analog, I think, at the time when this ordinance was originally created. So we went to 7 a.m. to midnight for the sale for offsite consumption, and then 7 to 2 a.m. for onsite consumption. But like I said, that's where I was coming with this, and to simplify that if you're also purchasing where you're at the same place it's being consumed, that would create consistency. So just my thoughts of this. If you look at it from a medicinal standpoint, I feel like, we should allow that to the operational hours to open up, at least at 2 a.m.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I think this is very healthy discussion, by the way. What I think we should consider is maybe a different category that allows for 24-hour call-in service to another business. So if somebody does want to provide that service for municipal purposes only, that they can actually have a 24-hour call service that we can allow them to do. It's a different category. So if we want to talk about medicinal, and I don't know of any situation, because I don't need it medicinally, that needing marijuana or a product of that is actually required in an emergency, but I'm sure that somebody's going to think of one. But I think we should, better than doing that, I think we ought to create a different category that allows certain businesses that are approved for medicinal purposes only to have call-in or open 24 hours in some instances. But I think we have to qualify that, and it has to be a special use permit that we approve. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And my thought, again, I understand that cannabis is used for medicinal purposes. And Commissioner Sanchez, you brought up pharmacies that may be open 24 hours a day. I think I can only think of one in the entire city. I know that Walgreens has one, maybe on El Paseo, but all the other pharmacies are closed at a certain hour. And I understand people may have health conditions, but by the same token, we need to plan ahead. I mean, I take some medication, and I know when it's running out, then I need to call in to Walgreens and say, hey, I need my prescription by whatever time, and they'll wait for a couple of days. I have run out a couple of times, but I have to take responsibility for that as well. And based on the conversations that I've had with constituents in my district and also constituents throughout the county, I agree with Commissioner Reynolds in what he stated. Maybe having a couple under some special use permits open 24 hours a day, but not every single one. I think people that are cannabis users for medicinal purposes can plan ahead. Any other good comments, commissioners? All right, thank you, Ms. Answer. Continue.
Okay, and then here we're just also creating some additional clarification. We, in the original ordinance, we allowed an exemption for any existing retail businesses that were currently located in a T4 zone. And so we're just clarifying that some of the language in there. It became confusing later when we had an applicant come in. And so just to clarify when that exemption actually is applicable, and that's if you have a current retail business that legally exists in that zone, then you do not need the special use permit.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds.
I just, something just hit my head here, and I want to see if I can clarify it for myself. If I have an alcohol, a store that sells alcohol or a restaurant that sells alcohol, and something changes, can I lose my license? An example would be if I commit a felony. Since I'm not allowed to have a liquor license with a felony, could I then have my license taken? I think the answer is yes. My question is, do we have any such, or should we consider any such situation here where things could change under the control of the growers or under the control of somebody, that where we do have the authority to pull licenses for good cause? Have we considered that?
We have not, because those licenses are actually issued by the state. So the state issues the cannabis licenses. The county only issues a business registration. And so we're basically acknowledging that they can operate a business, but we do not have the authority to revoke a business or a cannabis license
Okay.
that the state issues.
Okay. So if something, is there anything that you guys have considered, because I haven't, that would require us to shut down a business for nonconformity of any kind, regardless of the license?
We do have mechanisms in place if that particular business is not in compliance with the county codes, the building codes, if they don't have, their business registration was issued inappropriately. In those cases, we do have the option to close down a business.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the other additions to the cannabis ordinance would be with regard to providing a buffer when it's adjacent to residential. Currently, the state requires that those cannabis establishments to have a fence and to be secured. If they're located adjacent to residential, then the county would require for them to provide a landscape buffer outside of that fence in order to buffer that use from the residential. And so this would only apply in situations where a business is locating adjacent to residential. We're also including—
And Ms. Ainsworth, if I may interrupt you, please. I just noticed one of our planning and zoning commissioners is in the audience. Mr. Jimenez, it's good afternoon now. Just point of clarification. Are you here as a planning and zoning commissioner, or are you here just as an interested party, or are you here representing a business? Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you. And then the other addition that we are including, or I don't want to skip over this one, we are clarifying here that barbed wire and razor wire are not permitted on fencing that's adjacent to residential. There's another section in the code that allows it when it's for agricultural uses, but we're clarifying that adjacent to residential, it is not allowed. And then for drive-up service for cannabis retailers, we are including some requirements for stacking of vehicles and how long that stacking lane should be, and just ensuring that those structures are meeting building and fire codes.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Ms. Ainsworth, when you say in item number 11, line number 11, that the use of barbed wire, razor fencing are not permitted when adjacent to residential zoning districts and residential use, is that again from, how close does residential mean? Is that across the street? Is that around the block? Is it adjacent, meaning it's residential here and my property's here? How close are we talking about? Because that, if it's 2 feet away, is that allowed? Or is it 2 yards, or what's the number here?
Adjacent is if the properties are adjoining
The
or
line-
across
line
the
to
street.
line.
Or across the street. If, basically, it's the next residential property or the next zoning district.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying. If I understand it correctly, then if I have a cannabis business, the property next to me is zoned residential, no barbed wire. If the property next to me is zoned commercial, no problem. If it's zoned agricultural, no problem. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. Even if now what if the property next to me is not residential, but it's a right-of-way by the county, it's county property? Does that qualify if the residential's across the ditch?
If the residential's across the ditch, then it counts.
It's considered
As being
adjacent?
adjacent.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get a good clarification on that in this document, so when people are looking at it, everybody's on the same page. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Murillo?
If you can refresh my memory, any of you commissioners, but last year, didn't we have a grower on residential area and they have the barbed wire? I remember some of the constituents were complaining that there was barbed wire right in front of my house. Is that correct?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
am I wrong?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Murillo, we have had instances where a cannabis producer has located adjacent to residential and they have installed barbed wire. And in those cases, we've had them remove it.
Oh,
because
so
it's-
it was removed?
Yes.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you.
And the reason we're adding it is just to have that additional clarification in the ordinance that it's not appropriate next to residential.
Madam Chair, something,
I'm not sure if she's done. Are you finished, Commissioner
No,
Murillo?
I just wanted to have that clarified because I remember last year, somebody had complained about that. And even having barbed wire in a residential area, regardless if you have cannabis or not, should not be allowed, right? But
Right.
I remember seeing a photo of the barbed wire on that grower acreage. So that's why I was asking if it was removed, if you guys had it removed, asked to have it removed or not.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Reynolds?
thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, I have another question. I had a question like Chair Chaparro did. And that is that one of my constituents said that in the growers area, for security reasons, they have like floodlights. And I remember we talked about this. And do we have anything in here that prevents impact of a night sky in this ordinance? Because if somebody's even out away from everything, if they say nobody's going to complain, but they're a mile away, and they put up big floodlights, they're going to affect the night sky ordinance that's actually state statute. Have we got anything in here to refer to that?
We do have in our ordinance, we reference the night sky ordinance that the state has enacted, and we do enforce it. And so commercial establishments are required to follow it. And so their lighting has to be shielded, pointed downward, and meeting those requirements by the state as well.
Yeah, I'm aware that you did in this one instance, but I wanted to make sure it was going to be in this so we could enforce it in the future as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Go ahead, Ms. Ainsworth.
Okay, so the next section that is being proposed for amendment is for the inclusion of community solar as a use designated. We do not currently have community solar, and the state has recently approved an act regarding community solar where they are allowing a certain number of community solar projects throughout the state that are being awarded some incentives. And so we have had a substantial number of special use permit requests for community solar projects. And so what we're doing is basically mirroring other renewable facilities that are already in the ordinance, so that we can permit those uses in similar situations. And so being allowed by right in commercial and industrial zones and by special use permit in other zoning districts. We are also including some language related to the state's act that allows community solar, as well as some requirements for those facilities, which we have been typically including as conditions in approved special use permits. And so that's basically what they're required to submit, the detailed site plan, where showing ingress and egress to those facilities. They are required to have some fencing as a recommendation, though not required. And in particular, what has been included is ensuring that there is a decommissioning plan for when those facilities, when their life expires. Typically, those facilities are intended to live for about 20 years. Those the equipment has a life of about 20 years, and so if they're not going to be replaced or leases extended, in some cases the properties are leased, then having a plan to decommission those and remove them from the facility. So those are things that have been included typically in the special use permit as conditions, and so we're proposing to write them into the ordinance so that it's a standard procedure for any future facilities. And there's also some language here about reseeding areas with native plant species and addressing any disturbance of land. And then just some additional language regarding the decommissioning plan, which should be developed by a professional engineer, and ensuring that the owner-operator has the financial resources for the decommissioning. And then the last thing is that renewable energy facilities shall follow the same guidelines and requirements as community solar facilities unless the renewable energy source does not require any site infrastructure improvements or state permitting requirements. And lastly, there's a definition for community solar facility. A facility governed by the 2021 New Mexico Community Solar Act as amended that generates and may store electricity by means of solar photovoltaic device. Subscribers to the facility receive a bill credit for the electricity generated in proportion to the subscriber's share of the facility's kilowatt-hour output. And then here, just a minor addition to the special use permit definition, where we look at intensity. And so that wasn't previously in the definition, but it's now being requested to be included. And that is the last of the proposed amendments, and I will stand for any further questions at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Any questions from the commissioners? I think you've answered a lot of questions already. Any other questions that Ms. Ainsworth needs to respond to? Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez?
Madam Chair, I think we've got several things here that we were talking about possibly amending. How hard would it be to amend these and bring it back to the board next meeting? Can we do that, or do we have to republish?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, if you request to postpone the item to a date certain, then we do not need to provide notice again. We would just bring it back with any proposed revisions that you request.
Thank you. Do I have a motion, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair.
Anticipating that.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm thinking first, Mr. Macias has a comment. Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, we have to know what the amendments are. Okay, so yeah, even if you don't have the precise language, there should be a motion to amend or modify in a certain way. Otherwise, we're going to come back and have the same discussion that we don't know where the support is for the modifications on it. We certainly can do that. But I just want to caution you to make sure that we understand, because what I sense is that there's a difference of opinion on some of these matters. We have to know what you want.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I was anticipating a motion to the amendment by Commissioner Reynolds. But before we do that, any other comments or questions? Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez?
No, just a question on the way to move forward on this. Is it we're going to take any amendments to this one by one and vote on each amendment, or how does that work?
Well, normally it would be someone, you have a document in front of you. That is what is being proposed. That is what has been published. If you want to change it in any way, you need to start amending language out or language in, whatever the position is, and then we determine where the majority support is. If it might be potentially, if you're wanting to try to save some time here, either two options. One, we go on to the remaining items on the agenda and give us a little bit of time to work on some language that we can then bring back to you so that we can still address it today, or we go through the process of individual commissioners proposing the changes that they'd like to see and then an individual vote. Or we can try to table it and come back with we can work with each commissioner to see the motion that they want to propose at the next meeting and then vote on it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And
And Madam Chair, I think the two that you were proposing would just be to leave language as it currently is. There were some strikeouts. I think the two that you were dealing with was, would be basically just not making the change. So it would be removing the strikeout and leaving it as current language. I think the one that Commissioner Reynolds has would add one very small paragraph. So I don't see any of okay, Commissioner Reynolds was saying two, I only had written down one, was to require the 6-foot barrier. I don't know, I must have missed the other one.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's what I was gonna, my next comment was gonna be, has somebody been taking notes of what we've been talked about? The second one I recommended was that we actually provide a supplemental approval for medical use facilities.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out regarding that comment that my understanding is that the state no longer distinguishes between medical distributors and regular cannabis retailers.
But I think that we should create that here locally, because just so we can control the hours for every other establishment and make it different. So how do we differentiate the hours from one facility versus all the rest if we don't create a different category for ourselves?
I don't think that's even possible. Is that because there's no distinction between the state for medicinal and recreational at this time? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, Madam Chair, let me just make the comment. Whatever changes you want to make, just take into consideration the enforceability and the practicality of it. Because you're asking, you can put it down on paper, but if you can't enforce it and you don't become aware of these issues and there's potential deviations from it, I mean, it really is hard for a governmental institution to respond. So either you permit it or you don't permit it. I mean, those are the more practical approaches to it.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Nelson, or Mr. Gooden, it's my understanding that anytime we get a state statute down from the state, that we have the option at this level in order to provide additional clarification and more stricter guidelines than what the state provides. In most cases, there's only a couple of items that we can. So I believe we have the option to actually create a separate category for a business that wants to stay open 24 hours and have some sort of guidelines around that. Am I wrong or am I correct?
Generally correct. I think in this particular instance, though, when you're dealing with the selling of an item, how do you determine where the state doesn't make a distinction whether it's medical or whether it's recreational? They consider it all the same. And so how do we come in and determine whether or not it is medical in fact or whether it is recreational? So I go in and say, because I don't even know the status of the law as far as medical cannabis cards or all of that at this point. With the changes that have been made, but how do you really limit it to this facility is going to be able to sell 24 hours a day if it's medical, but if it's not medical, how do you establish that it is a medical sale that's taking place? I guess would be one of the.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Gooden, I agree with you. I think that it would be a challenge. However, our other option is to say, okay, we're going to shut all of them down at midnight, and nobody gets to stay open 24 hours. So, I mean, we have two options. We can say, yes, we want to do 7 to midnight, or we say we're going to create a separate category for a business that can substantially justify them being open 24 hours just for municipal purposes. So I guess I'm saying, what options do we have other than what I've just described?
I think that you responded to that.
Well, I guess the other option is you let them all be open until 2, which is one of the proposals. I don't know what else to add to that.
And may I suggest to Commissioner Reynolds, and I'm not trying to be difficult in any way, shape, or form, I think that, you know, you brought a new concept into this, but, you know, maybe we can look into that in the future. But, you know, we're looking at 350-502G 3 and 4, and what Mr. Gooden, or I can't remember if it was Mr. Macio, I've recommended it just to remove the strikeouts, but I would need a motion for that.
Madam Chair, before we call for that motion, I do want to just put out there that limiting hours of operation does defeat the purpose of making cannabis legalized in the state of New Mexico. If we are trying to eliminate the black market out there on the streets of buying cannabis from someone in a backpack, limiting hours of operation to cannabis that is controlled in our community, I think we are getting away from what the intended point of that legislation was. And I want just to throw that out there, that if we're trying to eliminate drugs on the street that are being bought illegally, having these establishments open as it is proposed to 2 a.m. would help in that process. So I do want to put that out there, that if we're trying to further this idea of eliminating illegal purchases, leaving it at the 2 a.m. would definitely help with that. And it keeps it more so off the street. Just pointing that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. However, I don't know if I agree with that, because I work in the courts. I see the illegal activity continuing to this day because the strains are different, stronger, cheaper. I mean, there's so many issues regarding illegal drugs, prescription drugs, opioids. I mean, I don't know how we can eliminate the illegal consumption without the judicial process.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Macias.
Again, let me suggest that you either temporarily table this matter till a little bit later in the meeting, that you proceed and give us a little bit of an opportunity to come back with language related to the potential amendment of the document. And then item number 25 isn't going to take any time at all.
No.
You can break, I don't know where 26, I'm not sure you can ask in terms of the number of people that are here. And then we could have a half-hour break for lunch, and that would give us sufficient time in which to come back with any of the proposed amendments that we think that have been discussed here, and then you can take them one at a time, and then maybe we can deal with this topic today.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. But before we even contemplate that, does any commissioner have an amendment that would just move this along at this point? Okay, hearing none, I suppose that we can move forward to another item, and then,
Madam Chair, I have some concerns. I think I would much rather take votes on amendments, proposed amendments now, to determine if there's a need to even have to take time to make those proposed changes. Because I think, as the county manager is saying, I think he's assuming there is support for those amendments. Then then why go and take the time to make changes if there's no support for the amendments? I just think we move forward with this now and take an amendment one by one and determine where we're going to be. I think we're just either way, whether amendments are approved or not, we're postponing the inevitable here.
And forgive me, we certainly can do that. The only reason I was offering that is so that we could have specific language. And so individual commissioners wouldn't have to be coming up with, well, what is the specific language, especially if you're wanting to add things.
All right.
It was just a courtesy.
All right, and
No
if
more
I
than
may,
that.
please. All right, if we're looking at 350-502G3, because I think that at least Commissioner Reynolds and I had some opinions as to that. And only Section 3, we're not talking about Section 4, just Section 3. And I think that either Mr. Macias or Mr. Gooden had mentioned if we wanted to just remove the strikeouts on that. Is there a motion to remove the strikeouts on 350-502G, Section 3? Are we following? It's on page 157.
Is that the section related, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is that the section related to the
Cannabis
distance?
retails, cannabis consumption areas may not be located within 300 feet of another cannabis retailer, cannabis consumption area, residential area. For the purpose of this section, all measurements are taken in order to determine the location of a cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area in relation to another cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area shall be the shortest direct line measurement between the actual limits of the licensed premises of the existing cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area and the actual limits of the proposed licensed premises of the proposed cannabis retailer or cannabis consumption area. The shortest direct line measurement to a residential area may be reduced by applying for a special use permit to be reviewed in public hearing by the P&Z Commission. That's the section to which I'm referring.
And so what,
That's page 157 of 283, down towards the bottom, and it's in blue, Mr. Macias?
Correct. It's a
Has
section-
everybody found it?
Yes.
It's just not on the slide only because it was deleted, and so I don't think you created a slide specifically for that.
Correct.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Amesworth, can you kind of go over what the public comment was, why this was stricken, and where the P&Z Commission was and their thoughts? If you can just go over that for the board so we understand a better understanding of what was thought.
Certainly, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I'd recommend that if we're going to discuss a potential amendment, that we have a motion before we begin discussion of amendments.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, we are looking at that section, again, 350-502G3. Do I have a
And Madam Chair, you, as the chair, can make a motion. You don't have to rely on somebody else to make your motion.
I was giving them the courtesy, Mr. Gooden. If not, I'm just trying to follow the procedure as best I can. Is there any commissioner that would like to make a motion on that? All right. I would like to make a motion regarding 350-502G, Section G, subsection 3, which was stricken, and I read previously into the record, to remove the strikeouts completely from that section. Do I have a second?
Second.
I made the motion, and Commissioner Murillo seconded the motion. Any further discussion, commissioners? Roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair.
Can I please?
Madam Chair, I think you should allow public comment on the motion to amend this
Thank
particular
you.
portion.
Thank you very much. All right. Because you both spoke at the same time, just a second. All right, Commissioner Sanchez.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that we were going to have discussion and that we had that in public input. That's all I was just trying to make
All
sure
right.
before we jump to a vote.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
I restate my previous question, if you can just give us some information on the background.
And then just to reiterate that this particular amendment did not go to the Planning and Zoning Commission because it was proposed by Commissioner Sanchez prior to the publication. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission did not have an opportunity to consider this particular amendment, and there has been no public input prior to today on that.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Any public comments on this proposed amendment? If you'll come to the podium, please. And please identify yourself for everyone that's watching and listening. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Butler, And I think like some of us out here, we're a little confused at what exact amendment you're talking about, because you're talking about eliminating the strikeouts, and this portion right here is not showing the strikeouts.
Yeah, it's not on the slide. I do have it. We'll have notes on mine. Does anybody have a clean copy that can be reviewed very quickly?
And Madam Chair, for Ms. Butler, just to clarify, so the strikeouts was essentially eliminating a buffer between two cannabis businesses.
Okay.
So there was a three, right now, there's currently exist in our code, or in the ordinance, that we cannot have cannabis retailers or consumption areas within 300 feet of each other.
Right. Now, at the two, right here, no cannabis establishment. I'm not seeing in here where the cannabis producer is listed as an establishment, or later on, it'll talk about a cannabis business or whatever. You are referring to cannabis couriers, but you need to understand those cannabis couriers also originate at a producer location. And so here you're saying 300 feet from a residential area, school, K2, then you refer to the cannabis courier. But cannabis couriers leave, a lot of them will courier the product from the producer to the location. And so we're not seeing any correlation or link up between a cannabis establishment and a cannabis producer. Because the cannabis producer, what we're dealing with is a massive multi-acre cannabis farm outside our front door. These couriers are using the road that we help pave, and the 300 feet from a residential area, that's affecting us, but it's too ambiguous as it is listed right now.
And Madam Chair, this is not going to the proposed amendment that is made. The amendment that has been made by the board is to leave in subsection 3. The language that was up there had to do with, so I can show you what the proposal was, if that clarifies it, and perhaps IT can bring up the document, the red line version, so we can see exactly what it says in the document. But it is, what we have is, and that's on page 7 of 10.
Madam Chair, they are bringing it up. That way the
Thank you.
audience
So-
can be able to follow along a little easier.
Thank you. And
That's
Ms. Butler,
that's
we
the
were.
problem. We're dealing with section 3, not 2, but the comments may be relevant in terms of when you go to public input related to the document in its entirety.
Thank you.
Okay, my concern is just, I hope there's not a rush to vote and do whatever it is today without thoughtfully coming back and considering all the people that have been here all morning to thoughtfully understand exactly what we're doing and being able to apply our public comment correctly to any of the changes.
Ms. Butler, thank you. And I certainly don't mean to confuse anyone, and we were just
What are they doing back there?
jumping around a little bit, and I apologize for not having that
And
section that is proposed to be
I
stricken.
believe, Madam Chair, what he's doing was going to the current existing to show what is currently.
Yes, but I think if you would go to the red line version attached to the agenda, page 7 of 10 of the red line version, yes, that one there, and go to page 7. Okay, so if I can. There it is. Can you go ahead and magnify that page?
And we're looking at section G, subsection 3.
If you could just make it larger on the screen, please.
Are the
PDF.
members of the public able to see the document up here?
Okay, so looking at this, if we can scroll down a little bit on it. So the proposal that has been made by community development was to take subsection 3 and strike it out. The amendment that is before the commission at this point is to remove the strikeout of subsection 3 and leave it as the current existing language. And that's what we were asking them if there were public comment on.
And Madam Chair, if I could just read the definition of cannabis establishment, which is currently in the ordinance?
Yes, please.
It says a cannabis testing laboratory, cannabis manufacturer, cannabis producer, cannabis retailer, cannabis research laboratory, or cannabis microbusiness. So the cannabis establishment actually is all encompassing for all various types of cannabis uses that are in the ordinance.
Ms. Butler, did that answer your question?
So originally, the public was told on multiple occasions that this is the reason why it did not apply to us, is that the cannabis establishment, being that it was the producer, was going to be allowed in residential areas, even though ours is a residential subdivision, that it was allowed through the agricultural assessment process. And so there, when, as a member of the public and had somebody who's directly affected by this, I'm looking at some of this and I'm still seeing loopholes that are going to allow the same situation that has happened to us to happen to many other people. Now, the whole thing that the 300-foot rule between businesses, as someone who, you know, PhD in business, there is such a thing as oversaturation. And there are businesses who applied and did everything correctly when this was legalized. They set their business plan, they determined their location based on they want to do the best thing for the public, the best thing, and not get the aggravation and the angst of the public against them. And now you're changing the rules, saying, let's take that away, and then now their competitors get to go boom, right in the center of the market, whereas they did it correctly to begin with. And, you know, I'm arguing for the cannabis industry that did it correctly to begin with. They followed the rules, they kept themselves out of neighborhoods, they kept themselves out of oversaturation. And yes, there is a way for the state to determine whether or not it's medical use marijuana and recreational use. The state's Cannabis Control Division keeps those numbers. And currently, right now, you have 15 to 18% of medical use marijuana versus almost 80% of recreational use. So there is a way to determine that. The state keeps those numbers. So I'm just putting that out there. The state does keep that information. They had to. And as far as, you know, people being able to buy it at 2 a.m. versus midnight, that's a matter of 2 hours. My family members use chemo. My family members use migraine medicine and all kinds of things. If it's an emergency at 12 a.m., okay, they'll have to do like the rest of us and wait until 7 till things open up. So it's not a matter of it's an emergency cannabis-wise. It's, let's be fair. You know, the oversaturation in Las Cruces right now is you have over 80 plus cannabis retailers. How many Walgreens? How many CVSs do we have for every other life-saving medicines that we do have? So I think using the argument of medical with all of this, with the 300-foot rule and the timing and everything, I think it's very disingenuous because you're talking about one federally illegal substance versus cancer drugs, heart meds, cholesterol meds, things that people have to live on daily and have to take within every 12 hours to survive. You know, that's a little bit disingenuous, so.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Any other discussion on the proposed amendment?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez.
I actually had a question for Ms. Ainsworth. Do we have any other industries or businesses that we have buffers between?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I can't think of any offhand right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do sewers.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Macias is suggesting alcohol, but we don't have a distance requirement between alcohol establishments. We do have distance requirements between daycares and residential, but not between alcohol establishments.
Water treatment plants and residents. We have a distance there as well.
But not, but between two water treatment plants?
No.
I think that's my point is that we've singled out cannabis, and I understand that when we did this originally, that was the intent of, we're learning, we're going through, having restrictions. And I think, like I said, we don't do this for any other business, not even alcohol, not even bars. Like, why single out one industry? And this is something that I think as we look through, I think it becomes, obviously, I hate to say it like this, but, it becomes the free market to determine which industry does what. And I think to Commissioner or Chair Chaparro's point earlier, that says that where you have the small businesses and that we're trying to protect them, I think any business now can still come in. It doesn't matter the size. But I think a business is a business. And, we've got to allow, at what point do you continue to restrict where businesses, aside from the locations where they're zoned, but where do we limit that only certain number of businesses can come in? And I think it's it's for us to specifically carve out cannabis. I think it's just unfair. But again, that's just me. I just don't see, at some point, like you said, we talk over saturation, the market will adjust accordingly. And that's just, that's how the market works.
No, and I agree, Commissioner Sanchez. We can go back to all kinds of businesses. This is a new business in this county. This is something that I think we can have thoughtful planning on, and we can really support the small businesses in a way that this commission has not been able to do before. I know that alcohol has been around for years. Opioids have been around for years. We know the history of that. We don't need to go back and beat a horse on that. But careful planning at this stage can be helpful to this community. That's my point. We are agreeing to disagree, and that's fine. And that's why we have 5 commissioners on this board. But I really would love for this business to flourish in a thoughtful, intentional way, where these small business owners, and most of them are minorities that are having these businesses, to really, really succeed, as was the spirit of the legislature. As again, I mentioned, I spoke to legislators last night. They were really supporting this bill with the cannabis, but they were also thinking of the small minority businesses. So any further discussion, commissioners?
Madam Chair, I just did want to add one point. They did. You're right. The legislators did take into account the small businesses. That's why they did differentiate between a cannabis, they call themselves micro businesses. And that was the intent. It wasn't necessarily as far as, I understand the retail piece of it, but I think they did. And that's why there is, as we look through our ordinance, there's cannabis producers and there's cannabis micro producers. And that was why they did work on small businesses to allow for them to grow. But I think if that was the intent to limit cannabis producers, or the retailers, from how close they could do, they would have put it in state statute. But just another point. But
Well, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I know that this is a new statute and it's going to be tweaked as we go along. I'm just not as anxious to tweak it right now. Any other discussions from any other commissioners? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I apologize
Ms.
if I would ask that if the will of the commission is to leave that section in, to consider allowing the definition of the licensed premises that I read earlier, in addition to that amendment.
Thank you. So I need to,
Withdraw your
what
amendment.
section was that? I don't remember.
I'm not sure I understood that comment.
So I had, we had the discussion earlier, I commented that this section number 3, which is on the screen stricken out, refers to the actual limits of the licensed premises as the point of reference for measuring that distance. And so I had asked at that point, if the will of the commission is to leave that section in, is to allow the inclusion of a definition for licensed premises, which is not currently in the ordinance. And that definition is licensed premises, the limits of the structure, enclosed area, or tenant space licensed for cannabis retail or consumption.
Mr. Macias.
Again, I don't want to go back and forth on the little things, but it'd probably be easier to take action on your amendment so we see if the language stays in or comes out, and this is then another amendment to that section, something separate and apart, rather than confusing. I find that approach a little bit confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then what I'd like to do is just go ahead and have a roll call vote on the proposed amendment on 350-502, Section G, subsection 3, to remove the strikeout. Amanda?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez,
No.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 3-2.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
since we are removing the strikeout, I would make a motion that we include Ms. Amesworth language on a licensed, or I'm sorry,
Licensed
a
premises.
licensed premise. And she's going to read that definition.
Well, and
Second.
I do have a motion to include the language previously stated by Ms. Amesworth by Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion, Commissioners?
The question is, where does it go?
That's right.
That's, just to clarify, that definition would be included in the glossary, section 350-702. And they're listed in alphabetical order, so it would be included in the proper location.
It's not on the document.
It's not in the document because there is some, in the PowerPoint, there is the addition of one definition in the glossary, so it would be included there.
Page 9. Page 9, there's a section for glossary, but there's only one item listed there.
Okay, so it would be listed there on page 9.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion
They're not numbered.
I'm going to restate your motion.
Yes, I would like to restate my motion to add the definition of a licensed premises to section 350-702 glossary items.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to what
they're in
Vice Chair
alphabetical
Shaldo's amendment was to include the language that Ms. Ainsworth said in the appropriate section. And I have a second from Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion, Commissioners? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
The audience, I know you guys are sitting there saying, what are these guys doing? I mean, you're out there going, there's a lot of things, a lot of syllables you could put to this. But I have to tell you that we are making every effort to do our best to make this right this time. And we probably won't get it right, but if we don't make this effort, I can promise you, we will get it wrong. So please, and we appreciate you bearing with us, and we're sorry about all the delays and how much time it's taking. But please understand that these fine points we're bringing up will make a difference to the people who are affected by this. And so for that, I apologize for the amount of time it's taking, and thank you for your patience.
And so based on a judge's suggestion that I used to interpret before, Judge Macias, who would ask us to stand up and stretch for 30 seconds so that we don't want to leave the room in a hurry.
Sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Are there any further amendments regarding these proposals? Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was reading something, I didn't hear your
You were
question.
stretching and reading. Got it.
Madam Chair, I think you had another one that you had mentioned was then also striking out or to remove the strikeouts on a G4, which dealt with the hours of operation. And the page, I've got it from the packet, so it's of the red line is page,
In our packet, at least in my packet, it's 157.
Page 7 on the document.
So before, it would be on page 7, section 4. And I believe what you were talking about would be removing the strikeouts and leaving it as current language, as it currently is.
Madam Chair, for the members of the public, it's on the screen under paragraph 4.
For the members of the public, we're looking at section 4 that commences with, unless further restricted in a special use permit, cannabis retailers and cannabis consumption areas may operate only during the following hours. And then you have subsection A and B. And we have the strikeouts in red? Blue.
Well, and I think it's B is what you were referring to, not necessarily the change in A.
Correct. Is there a commissioner that would like to propose an amendment? Well, hearing none, I propose that on subsection 350-502G, section G, subsection 4, subsection B, that we remove the strikeouts. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Commissioner Murillo. Any other discussions, commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, if you'll notice, then A and B are set 2 different standards. So you got to fix, one of those has to be changed as well. So if you remove the strikes from B, then now we've said the hours are 7 to 2 in A and 7 to midnight in B. So we have to do something with one of those.
That's what currently exists. It currently has that that
It's
it
already
can
been-
only be served between 7 and 2.
Well,
But then
Mr. Gooden, the motion is to only look at item 4B.
correct.
So Madam Chair, so then item A, we added retail and consumption areas. And so then you would have in conflict. So if the will is to continue to limit retail sales till midnight, then A would need to have just the retail and removed. So it's cannabis consumption areas may only operate.
All right, and I'd like to withdraw my motion because I made an error. So I apologize for that. My motion would be to, under 350-502, section G, subsection 4, subsection A, to leave that as is, or remove the strikeouts, and also remove the strikeouts on section B. Do I have a second on that?
Okay, what about the additions in A? You said you remove the strikeouts in A, but there's an addition made in A as well.
Just give me a second. All right, I think Vice Chair Shelter, now this suggestion was a good one, so if I could just go subsection at a time. So we're looking at subsection 4A. And so my motion is to remove what was added, retail and consumption areas may only operate, and the cannabis retail and consumption areas may only operate, and then remove the strikeout on products may only be served and consumed in cannabis consumption areas between the hours of 7 a.m. and 2 a.m. Is that clear to everyone? Or are we all confused?
I think there's an
I
easier way
think
to
what,
do it.
I think what you're saying is leave it as it is. Leave it as it currently exists.
Thank you.
No, she's
With the
wanting-
exception of,
what-
go ahead.
It does need an amendment because what is being asked is to remove any proposed changes so that it stays as current existing law. So if we're going to remove the retail and consumption areas, that needs to be stricken. This document needs to be amended so that that addition is taken out, and then also amended so that the strikeout is taken out, so that that would remain as currently existing language in the ordinance.
All right, so then my motion is to leave it as currently stated in the law. Does that suffice, Mr. Gooden?
Okay, so then the county manager is saying to read it. So section 4A would read as follows. Cannabis products may only be served and consumed in cannabis consumption areas between the hours of 7 a.m. and 2 a.m. the following day. B would read as follows. Cannabis retailers may only sell cannabis products for off-site consumption between the hours of 7 a.m. and midnight.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. It's been a long day, and I apologize to the public. I think everybody up here is tired, so that is my motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I believe while you withdrew your motion, Commissioner Munoz had not withdrawn her second procedurally. I believe both have to be removed.
Commissioner Murillo, would you remove your second?
Oh, I withdraw my second.
Thank you. All right, so then my motion was as Mr. Gooden stated. Is that clear enough for all the commissioners? Yes? All right. Do I have a second on that?
I second.
Thank you. I have a second by Commissioner Murillo. Any further discussion, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
on the motion, I believe is you were talking about the intent in the previous motion or the amendment about the spirit of the law. And the intent is to remove the stigma of cannabis, and yet we are still continuing to treat this as alcohol or something of that nature by limiting the hours of consumption to be exactly the same as alcohol, which I'll also note there are no 300-foot buffers between alcohol consumption areas. So I just feel like if we're trying to follow the spirit of the law, we should not approve this amendment. We should be allowing hours to go further. And so if people can, you're right. Actually, the CVS, we talk on pharmacy, CVS is open 24/7. Two of the Walgreens in town are 24/7. There is ways to get a drug that you need from a pharmacy, but not all pharmacies in the city of Las Cruces allow for cannabis. And so what I think we should be looking at is for people that may have seizures or things that might affect them that can't necessarily wait, and you go and you don't realize because you've worked a night shift and you come home and now you can't go and purchase cannabis. I mean, it's just, I think while we're looking, I understand you're looking at it from where you work, where we work from on a day shift, but now what if those that are on night shift missed that opportunity and just forgot? And now they have to wait, is that what we're saying? I think that's very unfair to our constituents, and it's not following in line with what the intent of the state law is.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion on this?
Sanchez.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanchez. I need a break. But anyway, any other?
I should be insulted. What about public input? I'm just kidding. We need public input on this.
Any public input? If you'll come forward and state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Jordan, and I am the brand advocate for High Horse Cannabis Company. Now, initially, I had a previous no written, but many topics came up during this discussion that I think would be beneficial to have provided an input working in the industry, as I don't see many other cannabis businesses representing right now. So first, I would like to start with a robust cannabis company. Okay. Okay. Of course, okay, that was further down here, okay. And this amendment, correct, is for consumption from 7 to 2. Working in High Horse, which is the first 24/7 dispensary in New Mexico, we have had many experiences where people come up and tell us about how cannabis saved them that day from many conditions. On the second night that we were open, we had a couple come in that was discharged from the hospital around 2 to 3 a.m. And the wife had stayed with the husband who has been there for 3 days. They just wanted to come home, relax, and be able to forget what had happened. So what did they come? They came and bought medicine from us. Working in the industry for going on 4 years now, I one time saw a video of at a prior dispensary where a patient came up maybe like around 3 a.m. and she started knocking on the doors. Obviously, the dispensary was closed and nobody answered the door. So what happened in the video footage is that you see the woman drop and she starts having a seizure. And while she's having a seizure, she breaks her head open and she starts bleeding. The next morning, the employees came in to open the stores and they just see blood everywhere. When they went to look at the footage, the woman had stood up and driven herself home without her medicine. Some people, many citizens, don't have insurance. They don't have health insurance to be able to go to the pharmacy and get their prescription of 30-day count pills and then have their refill for 3 months. Many people don't have that. Many people only have the access for maybe a tincture once a week. And what are we gonna do when they run out and they're having a bad week and they have a seizure at 3 a.m.? Should we have said that they should have prepared for a seizure? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further comments? Thank you very much. Any other members of the public that'd like to make comments? Thank you very much. I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo?
No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
No.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion is defeated, 4-1. Thank you. Commissioners, any other changes to this proposed?
Madam Chair, we had one more that I gave Commissioner Reynolds some language on, and he has now disappeared. So I don't know if he's wanting to make that amendment still, or if he has changed his mind.
Well, if we don't want to, depends if we want to continue, I was able to steal the wording here.
I guess it's still his desire to do it, or, you know, sometimes people leave for particular reasons during meetings.
If I may, please just have a second here. He may have left, but I understand that he and Commissioner Sanchez have this proposed amendment.
Madam Chair, again, I think courtesy to the commissioner, because he may have to second or he may want to debate it. I think he just needed to step out. I don't know if there's any other amendments that we could go to.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you know, at the risk of belaboring this point again, Albert just pointed out that in the section that was the subject of the First Amendment, leaving in the distance requirements between cannabis establishments, there was no amendment to number 2, where we included residential area. And so it creates now some redundancy because it's in both sections. And so I just wanted to clarify if your intent was to just leave both sections as they currently are in the ordinance without any changes.
I understand what you're saying. While we were waiting for Commissioner Reynolds, let's go ahead and address his amendment and then go back. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make an amendment to section G1, subsection B4, to require that outdoor cannabis consumer areas shall have a 6-foot-high physical barrier surrounding the consumption area.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Could we have a page, just so that we can bring it up for the public, so they can see what we're looking at, please?
And it's new language, it's adding a section 4 into that. It's on page 7, a little further towards the top. So where it has 3 right now, it would add a number 4, the language that Commissioner Reynolds read.
So under 2?
No, it would add
Oh, I know.
4.
So it would be under G1B, and then, so here under number 3, where it has following the Cannabis Control Division rules, there would be a number 4. And that would include the language regarding fencing.
Commissioner Reynolds, would you mind reading that again?
Yes, ma'am, I don't mind at all. And I'm making a motion that we amend this to add section G1, subsection B, subsection 4, to say that outdoor cannabis consumption areas shall have a 6-foot-high physical barrier surrounding the consumption area.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on that? I'll second it. There's a motion of what Commissioner Reynolds stated, seconded by myself. Any other discussion, commissioners? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
No.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez,
Yes?
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 4-1. I have another amendment, and it's back to 350-502, Section G, subsection 2, and it's just adding the words residential area after 300 feet. If we look at, it's on the screen right now. I was remiss in including that.
It would be to remove it.
I'm sorry, to remove it.
And this is also on page 7. And it's section 2.
Okay. I'm not understanding what Ms. Ainsworth is saying here because I don't see that there's a redundancy, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but this refers to subsection 2 refers to cannabis establishment, cannabis consumption area, or cannabis courier may be located within 300 feet of a residential area. Subsection 3 that we have, 3 we did not restore, or we did restore. It is only referring to cannabis retailers and cannabis consumption areas. So 2 actually includes more types of establishments than 3 does. So as it's currently being proposed to change, it would restrict all types of establishments, consumption areas or couriers within 300 feet of his residential area. If I'm reading it correctly, I may be wrong on that, but whereas 3 that we restored the language, it has a 300 feet barrier just for retailers and consumption areas.
Okay, Madam Chair, and my question was if your intent was to add the new language or to leave it as it was prior. I mean, if the will is to include residential areas in the distance requirement, because they currently are only required that distance when it's a retailer or a consumption area to residential. So that was my question.
All right, I'd like to clarify my motion. My intention was to include residential areas to that because of previous experience. So
Okay.
leave
Then that-
everything and add residential area to section G, subsection 2, just add residential areas, and we already have school K-2 daycare center.
So that's already in the proposed amendments to the ordinance. So there's no other amendment needed to it if that is what you're wanting
Okay,
to
got
have.
it. Gotcha. Okay, withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other changes? All right, then, any other public comments?
Okay, so now we are back on the
original
original
motion.
motion to
Correct.
amend so it would be to approve the changes as amended.
So do I have a motion to approve the changes as amended?
So moved.
No, Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Chair, we've already had the motion.
Do we have the motion already?
We have the motion on the floor to begin the discussion. So with these amendments already in place, now we're.
Thank you.
So we're good. I think we're good, so. Yeah. So we're-
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I'm looking at Commissioner Reynolds.
We're gonna.
We look
You
the
do
same.
it, you know,
we look the
nothing
same,
alike.
yeah.
May I
We
have a
have to
roll
change
call vote
seats
on
or
that?
something.
But Madam Chair, again, it should be the amendments have already been adopted, these amendments.
Yes.
So now you're back to the original.
Original motion.
But there was a motion to adopt. It has to be modified to say, move to adopt the
As amended.
ordinance as amended.
So, all right, so do I have a
don't-
motion to
no,
adopt as amended?
No, you don't. No, we
Because
do not, we
we've
do not
amended-
need that.
Because what happened, these amendments actually amended the original motion.
Yes.
So this is
And
all
they've all
included
been-
now in the original motion.
I apologize to the public for being, or seeming to be so unorganized. Thank you so much for your patience. So the roll call for the motion was an appropriate call. Is that correct, Mr. Gooden?
Would be to approve we're back on the original motion. There was to approve the amendments to the ordinance. But we've amended that motion essentially by the amendments that we did. So those are included now in that. So we're going back to, are we voting to vote on the proposed ordinance as it has been amended during this session?
Right, so we're voting on the proposed ordinance as amended by votes. So any other discussion? Okay,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Macias.
However, now there were members of the public that may have held back because they didn't want to discuss the amendments. They may have comments on the document itself.
Members of the public, any more comments? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote? Unless you all want to stand up, I'm giving you a few seconds. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously, and I'm looking at Ms. Julia Brown, who is an expert parliamentarian, and I'm glad I'm seeing you smile. And yes, I'm not pulling my hair out, Julia. Okay,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I think the next item will go fairly quickly, and we should address that real quick.
All right, we will now move on to agenda item number 25, Louisiana Pepper Exchange, LLC Economic Development Act, LEADA Project Ordinance for an award of up to $500,000. May I have a motion? May I have a motion?
So move.
I move. Oh.
Thank you.
Or second, whatever you want to take.
Commissioner Murillo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Sanchez.
And Madam Chair, just as a point of order, I think we might need an ordinance number.
Sorry, I forgot. 335-2023.
Thank you. Ms. Sainsmith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a LEADA award from the state of New Mexico to Louisiana Pepper Exchange LLC in the amount of $500,000 to go toward the development of a facility in Santa Teresa. They will employ a minimum of 20 full-time personnel by December 31st, 2028. If approved, the funds will be provided by the State of New Mexico Economic Development Department to the county, for the county to act as the fiscal agent. And so in addition to the ordinance, there are some attachments that include the public participation agreement and the intergovernmental agreement, which we enter into with the state in order to be the fiscal agent. And so with that, the department does recommend approval.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Any comments, questions from the commissioners? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Ask, how many people are here for agenda item number 26? Everyone, okay.
I can eat in 10 minutes, just because I'm dying.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 10-minute break to go to the ladies' room, and other stuff. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. We really appreciate you.
How have you been, man? Yes. You okay? Yes. Everything good?
Okay, I'm waiting for the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. So this application is an appeal to a decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The appellant is Arnaldo Olivas, and the location is 5575 Shenandoah Trail, a 1-acre property. The current zoning is D1. And the request on March 19th, 2023, the P&Z denied case Z23001, which was a request to rezone from D1 to C3 Regional Commercial to correct a zoning violation for parking of 5 semi-trucks on the property. Access is from Shenandoah Trail, which is a 50-foot unimproved private right-of-way. This is the subject parcel there it's on Shenandoah and Thorpe Road, right on the corner. This is the site plan that was provided with the application. And you can see the property has an existing building. This is a breezeway right here, and then there's an existing garage for the parking of those semis. And then there's they're showing another truck just parked out there on the outside. This is the survey of the property, which has just the residence, the existing residence, an existing garage, and the garage that was constructed on that property, and the plan of that garage, which is a 6,000 square foot garage. It's quite sizable. And just the drawings of the breezeway. And then this is the property prior to the construction of that garage. Another aerial view, the zoning surrounding that property you can see is all D1. There is some commercial in the vicinity. However, it is across the railroad tracks from the subject property. So the chronology of the events, in November of 2021, the applicant came in to request a permit to construct that 6,000 square foot garage, which he stated at the time was for personal use to park an RV. That application was denied because the accessory building exceeded the allowable buildable area for the lot, which is 10% of the lot, or 5,000 square feet. However, subsequently, the property owner was able to obtain a permit by connecting that garage to the existing residence with the breezeway. When it's considered an attached structure, then that size is not limited. The applicant applied as a homeowner, stating that this was his primary residence. Subsequently, in December, code enforcement learned or received a complaint that a commercial building was being constructed using by a person not residing there. And so Mr. Olivas was then put on notice that he could not build it as a homeowner because he was not living on the property. We also received a sworn affidavit from Mr. Olivas stating that the building was not for commercial purposes. And he was issued citations for improper zoning for parking commercial vehicles on the property. There has been some court cases related. And the next one is on July 15th, which is the pretrial hearing. Or I'm sorry, that was a previous hearing. That was a pretrial. And the next, there was one on March 10th, and there's another one scheduled, I believe, sometime this week. On Friday, the 15th. Thank you, Nelson. So the P&Z held a public hearing on March 19th, as I stated, where they denied that request for rezoning, and it was 5-0. And the stated reason was that it was not reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, not sufficient change in conditions, and not compatible with the surrounding residential zoning. On March 29th, 2023, a stop work order notice was issued by Building Services for commencing work without a permit, and that was to a remodel of a smaller garage that is next to the main home. On April 14th, 2023, Mr. Olivas submitted the appeal application for this public hearing. So on May 3rd, Doña Ana County Fire and Rescue tried contacting the property owner After they noticed that there were semi-trucks that were continuing to be parked inside the garage. Contact was unsuccessful, and Captain Herrera proceeded to pull power from the property. When he arrived, he noticed that only one meter powering the residents in the garage. There was only one meter, and a 72-hour notice was then given to the property owner before disconnection. But subsequently, because there's an elderly resident on the property, the power was not pulled pending the outcome of this appeal. The appeal is timely, having been submitted within the time frame. And then again, the next court date is at the end of this week. So notifications were sent per county ordinance, legal ads published, and there was a sign posted on the property, as well as the agenda posted in a timely manner. This is a copy of that sign that is on the property, the notification area, the applicable policies and criteria for zone changes and appeals. This is the subject property. You can see there semi-trucks parked on the property. This is that existing garage that's on the property. And then you can see the one that was constructed in the background, that larger structure. This is what it looks like from the front. And then more views of that property with the semi-trucks parked there. This is that small garage, and you can see in the photos there, it still has the garage door. And this is the construction that was started without a permit. And then additional photos, there was supposed to be a ponding area here, which has not been constructed by the property owner. And then more photos of those semi-trucks parked in the garage. And this is the roadway adjacent to the property. You can see it's not improved. And another view of Shenandoah Trail. And this is Thorpe Road. So the appellant states, I would like to address the P&Z Commission's decision and address items 1 through 6 from the action form, the P&Z order. Staff recommends that the BOCC, acting as the Board of Appeals, uphold the decision of the P&Z and deny the appeal based on the findings of fact, staff analysis, agency comments, and grant denial of case number Z23001, a zone change on a 1,000-acre parcel located at 5575 Shenandoah Trail. And the findings, the property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority, is within Doña Ana County, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has jurisdiction. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements. The zone change request for C3 does not satisfy Section 350-203D decision criteria for a zone change, in that the zone change is not appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, and there is not sufficient change in conditions. The zone change on Shenandoah is not appropriate, being that it is a 50-foot unimproved private right-of-way that serves 17 residential lots. The subject property is approximately 1,000 feet from the intersection of Doña Ana Road and Thorpe Road, where there is existing commercial. Not enough information has been submitted to assess the potential impacts of 5 semi-trucks entering and exiting the property on Shenandoah Trail and Thorpe Road. The garage was already constructed as a residential building, and so were the rezoning to be approved, they would have to bring that building up to commercial standards, as well as make other improvements. The zone change to the C3 zoning district is considered spot zoning, as the proposed zone change will be in disharmony with the surrounding zoning. The property size is 1,000 acres and will not be a benefit to the community by allowing the parking, maintenance, repair, and service of 5 semi-trucks. And the 6,000 square foot commercial building is for the benefit of the property owner. So staff findings, the zone change is in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or other adopted and approved county plans and amendments thereto. Goal G2 A2.2, ensure regulations support the plan requirements. A2.2, update codes to provide tools to support an appropriate physical structure. And 350-203D12 of the UDC states that the PNZ may approve, conditionally approve, or deny a zone change with the right to appeal to the BOCC. Approval may be granted with conditions that are deemed necessary to ensure that the purpose and intent of the UDC are met and to mitigate potential detrimental effects of the zone change to surrounding properties in order to protect the public interest. So pursuant to 350-216 appeals, A.7, the Board of Appeals may approve or reverse the decision of the PNZ or make such modifications on the appeal as it deems necessary in order to protect the public interest. The decision shall be based on findings of fact. And that is the end of my presentation. I will stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Commissioner Murillo, any questions? Oh, you're still reading. Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez? Public comment? Mr. Macias?
No. Forgive me, it's a hearing, so you need to hear from the appellant.
Senor Olivas?
And then you open it up.
Thank you. If you come forward to the podium, please. And if you raise your right hand.
I do.
Do you swear or affirm that you will testify truthfully?
I do.
Thank you.
There's only 3 bodies. The other 2 are gone. I would like to table this hearing because if I don't get 4 votes, it would fail unless they are coming back.
Mr. Olivas, Commissioner Reynolds is on his way to Farmington. Commissioner Sanchez will be absent and will be back, but you do have a quorum. So the 3 of us are able to.
Would it go on fail if there's one voted out, or do I need all 3?
Well, you'd have, in order for anything to pass or not pass, it'd be a vote of 2.
It would
So
3 be nothing?
Yeah, we do have a quorum, sir.
Madam
Okay.
Chair. And also Commissioner Sanchez is online, so he can.
Yes, thank you.
There he is,
Oh,
okay.
okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah,
sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am listening. I apologize that I just left, but I'm still watching remotely here.
Okay, thank you so much. I also have another letter from another resident next to mine. It wasn't turned in before the 6th, so it's here. I don't know if I can turn it into Mr. Garcias. Okay, I'll tell you what I do. I transport green chili. I transported 12,500 tons last year of roasted chili from Doñana, in Doñana County, from Hatch, New Mexico to here, Las Cruces, New Mexico. And in the state of New Mexico, the total state did 51,000 tons, and Doñana was 16,300. So I did 24% of the state and 76% of the Doñana. That's just what I do. Everything's going to be reflected on that building that was built. It was a total cost of $332,529. And I will start with thank you for being here, for your time. Nobody knows how important your time is to serve this community, and I appreciate that. I will begin regarding the zone change protection to the public not being appropriate. I was advised and recommended by staff to apply for a zone change. In my understanding, that the decision criteria has no negative effect and does not make any sense to me. I mean, why would they recommend it? There's no negative impact occurring on Shenandoah Trail. I utilize a portion of the entrance to my property, which does not result in any negative impact occurring at the intersection of Shenandoah Trail and Thorpe Road, also known as Highway 320. The MPO has done a traffic analysis, and my trucks are included in that analysis and have zero effect to the flow because it's already on there on Highway 320. I have also met with NMDOT permit agent Bernie Sotelo on April 6, 2023 to apply for a driveway permit to come. And I came to find out that Shenandoah Trail is not a legal entrance to Highway 320 Thorpe Road. It's a private driveway, technically and legally at my property, explained by the state, the agent. The property line, I owe half of that street from my property line. So half of it is mine private. So Las Cruces, Doña County, or state does not have any jurisdiction to it. However, I obtained an application to make it legal. It would benefit all the residents on Shenandoah Trail to turn in that application. It will be for use of residential or commercial use, whichever one is approved today. If it's approved for commercial, he'll sign for commercial use also. Okay, also according to NMDOT, Highway 320 is a main arterial that connects Valley Drive and I-25. Also according to the MPO, Planning Organization, Thorpe Road will be widened to 85-foot wide right-of-way, which will accommodate industrial, commercial, retail, and mixed-use roads. I believe it'll be like motel like back here, Valley Drive from Mayfield to I-10. It's also classified as a truck route. With regards to the garage, which was permitted and approved, it is not being utilized as a commercial type use. The purpose of the garage is for my own purpose and personal use. No commercial activity, maintenance, mechanic shop, or repair facility are being performed and will not be used for such purpose. It's my personal use only. It's equivalent to any car garage that you would see in any home. I mean, you know, I do not store any hazardous or harmful materials that would cause fires or cause harm to any living organism. As stated, it's only my personal use. If there should be any medical work or done to the trucks, they are taken to Peterbilt Rush or Border International. Regarding the zone change to Z1, I was informed by staff and was recommended to apply to a Zone 3 classification. At the time, I didn't understand or comprehend what spot zoning is. I have asked several staff members and none have been able to answer of when and where spot zoning becomes spot zoning. I based this decision on staff's knowledge to allow me my use at the time. However, I do not understand why staff recommended me to a zone change and then recommend denial. I am trying to comprehend the entire procedure. I am simply trying to allow me to park my trucks on my property. My job and responsibilities require me to pick up green chili and pecans from local farmers to deliver to Valley Cold Storage located on Watson Lane. And so they can blast freeze the chili for health safety reasons. The green chili and pecans are distributed to local restaurants and stores for consumers to purchase for roasting, prepare salsas, meals like chili, rellenos, enchiladas, green chilies, cheeseburgers, pizza, pecans, for toppings, ice creams, pies, cakes, and so on. And that's in our cuisine or the New Mexico tradition. The chili and pecans are also distributed to many parts of the country, from coast to coast and overseas for the pecans. All parts of the United States are discovering the great taste of this great hatch green chili. The product cannot be served without my trucks being the starting point. From the chili and pecan pickups from the farms and Young Guns Produce, they are my main providers. During the chili peak season, my trucks pick up 400 to 500 loads of roasted chili from Young Guns Produce to deliver to Valley Cold Storage to freeze them and distribute to local restaurants like La Posta, Whataburger, Blake's, Sonic, Mateo, McDonald's, Ranchway, and every other restaurant that serves green chili and around the entire country. And also like Walmart, DC's, Los Lunas, Albertsons, Fiesta Foods. If you pay attention to any grocery that sells green chili, you can bet it's been in my truck. These agriculture products cannot be delivered without my trucks from your table, from the farm to your table. My business is a huge part of the agriculture industry in the Doña County and being a strong and positive impact to the farming and agricultural and commercial economic community. Green chili is a New Mexico gold on occasions. The chili will need to be stored overnight in the reefers to protect the gold. Regarding the neighbors' complaints, I don't know if I should go through those or not, but everything that was stated at the P&Z was about the trucks were false statements. Everything about the trucks. Everything else was just irrelevant, I believe. I mean, I don't know if I should go through that, but I do want to make one thing very clear. When I applied for the building permit, I was asked if I was the homeowner, and was asked if I lived there. You know, and then come to find out that I'm supposed to live there. So that did cost me a total of $9,000 to get for the delay of the building and for the licensing of the contractor. You know, and all their complaints is just about noise and dog running around, bus stops, children on bikes, bus stops, you know, but we have bus stops all over, up and down Valley and Doñana Road and all commercial buildings or commercial highways. And, you know, according to the MPO, this is going to change anyway, and it's going to eliminate that spa zoning. Doñana County has grown 22% in the last 15 years. In the next 15 years, it's going to be populated 400,000. You know, I am part of the agriculture economic community. I cannot afford to stop my operation. It will hinder my duty in the farming agriculture business to keep the product from not being delivered to destinations that would in a way compared to COVID, and the chili shelves would be empty. My property was assessed as the agriculture use. I would be allowed to use as an on-farm operation equivalent to Young Guns Produce, 4MP Fletcher Farms, Bayet Chili Farms, Stallman Farms, Solopac Farms, etc. 4MP Western Blend has 6 trucks on and 6 trailers near my property, and they're also the same classification. And they use those trucks daily on Thorpe Road. Compared to my operation, I'm small. I'm low scale compared to them. I only have 3 trucks. You know, and also I have an application. I have it with me. All I got to do is sign it, submit it to NMDOT to make that legal entrance on Shenandoah Trail. I also have another application, have a fire hydrant be installed along my property line. My property is economic feasible, close to proximity from and to my work operations. Saves me fuel and time. Fuel is expensive. As soon as I built my shop, rumor had it that I was going to go and develop into a truck stop. Totally absurd and ridiculous accusation. I am a hardworking, self-class employed individual that pays taxes. I don't think my neighbors and staff understand or comprehend the damage they are causing me. My garage is a personal use only and works 7 days a week. It's only a small group of people that are complaining about me, and I do believe they are family-related in some way. I spoke to neighbors, and they informed me that a petition was passed around to get it signed, but almost all refused, except for the ones that are here or did came. I feel I'm being harassed. Why do the other neighbors don't have any issues? Just these 4 out of the 18? Not only that, 2 of them were talked to come in here. I am being targeted and being falsely accused of any wrongdoings, and they are exaggerating the false claims. I am here to provide for my family, your family, and my opposing neighbor's family. If they want to build a garage like mine, I mean, they have they can. I mean, they meet all the requirements. You want a sore eye, I mean, look down right across the railroad tracks. I mean, there's piles of junk cars, tires. I mean, it looks bad. I contribute to this community, and that's a rate of 8.5% to 9% of all my gross receipts that pay just the New Mexico taxes. I mean, I don't know what is it that I did so wrong to be here. I've been there for 12 years, and they just now decide to complain because I built the building. It's just when I built the building that they started complaining. I've had trucks since I moved there, since I bought the property back in 2011. And I never had any problems with my neighbors. They're all good people. I know they are. I don't know, maybe they just got upset over that. But believe me, I will consult next time with them, you know. I mean, I just want to work it out with them, make it up to them, or however they want to do it. But I mean, I've had that property purposely for those trucks when I bought it. And, you know, back when I bought it, I came here to see if I could park there. And there was back then it was Luis Marmolejo, and he said it was okay. It was fine, that I wouldn't have any problems. And then there is not 5 trucks there, there's 3 trucks that reside there. 2 of them are contracted over in Santa Teresa. And you know, all I do is that green chili hauling. And it's like a pit stop. It's not that I go and drive up and down Shenandoah Trail or nothing. I only use like 60 feet from Highway 320 to access that property. And that property along that, it's actually mine, legally mine. I mean, the state official said that I could even fence it up. I'm not gonna do that, of course not, but you know, I maintain part of that. I maintain that probably another 700 feet down the to Shenandoah Trail on that road. And you know, I'm just looking for somehow remedy what neighbors' complaints and issues are. I work hard. I'll work with them to make all this thing right, and even whatever they want me to do, I'll do it. But this property I've owned, and I bought it for that purpose, and I was allowed to back in 2012. And I guess in 2017, the codes changed, and I was already there. I mean, where am I going to go with them? There's only 3 trucks there. There's not 5 trucks. I mean, through the pecan seasons, yeah, they do sometimes stop there, but it's all for Doña Ana County. I mean, I don't distribute anywhere else. It's for the farming people here, you know. This is pretty hard. You know, back in March 9, I came in here, and I was actually dragged in here by my wife because I had just lost my son to a motorcycle accident. He was 29 years old, and I was here physically, but I mean, I heard everything they said, everything they complained about, and I could have addressed them, but I just didn't have the capability. I was kind of like Mr. Apodaca, you know. He didn't lose his father. I lost my son, and I'll tell you, that is the hardest, darkest pain anybody can bear. And to this day, it's here, still the same. It doesn't change. It's all the same, you know. But I mean, you know, I know they have more to say, and what they've said before. I don't have no animosity or will hold anything, and I'll respond to whatever they say, and I'll forgive, you know, if they're bad things, you know. Because when I sat here, I heard them all say, "Oh, they did this, did that," and I thought, well, they're good people. They don't mean it. But at the end, when I realized what they've said and what I was up against, and I realized, wow, they meant every word of it. And here I am. I just want an opportunity to make things right with them, and because I've never had any problems with them at all. I don't bother them. They don't bother me any. I mean, I had a couple issues with the one right next to me, but there were no big deals. You know, I did what I had to do to accommodate him. That's all I really got to say for now. And when they are finished, I'd like to, you know, address more of their questions and answer them if they'll let me.
I have a question for you, Mr. Olivas. And this is going back to when you first started.
Okay.
You mentioned, I'm trying to read my notes here. Okay, one of them was the mechanic shop. There is no oil, nothing mechanical that.
Not anymore, no.
No repair at all.
No, I mean, I do air up the tires just like you would. I mean, I dip the oil, I open the hood to check the oil, which you have to do that for pre-inspection before you get the truck on the road, make sure there's no flat tires or nothing like that. But no, there's none of that anymore.
But you're not disposing of oil, you're not changing out motors, you're not
Not anymore.
doing transmissions. When did that stop?
It stopped immediately as soon as I came here to the first meeting when I realized what their complaints were. You know, I was caught off guard. I was accused, insincere, you know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't even here. Physically, I was, you know. The service to my son was at the end of February. Like a week and a half later, we had the service, and I mean, I couldn't comprehend anything. But
Okay,
I'm
so
here.
you're saying that stopped in February of this year or February of last year?
Well, when I got the citations, pretty much, I stopped doing it completely.
And when was that, sir?
They gave me citations like, I don't remember, July, somewhere last year. So it's been over a year. So none of that, you know, all I needed is that garage to park And it's only 3 trucks, it's not 5 trucks. I resubmitted another letter saying it was only 3 trucks because the other ones reside in Santa Teresa Valley Cold Storage, and they're contracted for local hauling there, so they don't come there. You know, there is noise, but I did use a environmental meter from the trucks to the property line of my nearest neighbor, the one next to me. Makes no difference if the trucks are on or off. I mean, and then I kept going to where there was a horse that was disturbed. It didn't make no difference if the truck or a reefer were on at high idle or not. It was all the same. The decibels read 60 to 65, which is at a normal for a street. They actually got little, they went lower as I went further down the road, but the trucks were off anyway. So I think it's just the highway that made the noise. But there's no noise problem there, and I can prove that. About the holes on the streets and all that, I don't use that street. I mean, there's a dead end there. It's 50 feet wide. The trucks are 70. Why would I go down there to not be able to turn around?
I have another question. You said that you have 2 trucks that manage a pit stop there. And I guess I'm not understanding what you mean by pit stop. Is it for 5 minutes? Is it for 12 hours?
The trucks don't even run. They just park there. They don't make no noise. What it is, the Chili Peaks season starts around mid-July. And that's when they do come in. They leave like around 6:37 in the morning. And they do come in by 10:30. But that's the only times you'll see them.
So it's overnight?
No. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
I see.
We do 10 truckloads of roasted chili from Young Guns Produce to Valley Cold Storage to blast freeze them. Because sometimes they get carried overnight, so one reefer runs, but it's parked next to the highway, and where there's no noise. I mean, it makes no difference. And I have to run the reefer to keep the chili from growing mold, which it would cause severe illness. But it's just for parking. I mean, there's no commercial activity going on. There's no offloading. There's no dropping.
So it's just strictly parking the truck there?
Strictly parking. That's all. And I've been doing this for the last 12 years. Same procedures. Nothing has changed. I used to change brakes. I used to change oil also, but I stopped all that. I want to accommodate my neighbors. I know they're upset, and I can understand. But I'll accommodate them, I mean, I want to work with them, make it right with planning and zoning and with the neighbors. I mean, if C3's too much to assure them, I'll settle for just a special use permit. Just let me park my trucks there. Let me carry on with my operation, because in a way, it's gonna hinder the farming, agriculture, and.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Olivas? Commissioner Sanchez.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Sanchez. I just had a question for the appellant. When he built the structure in question, were there permits for that structure to be built?
Yes, there were. It was permitted as a residential. They did say that, but on the fire codes 2015, I can't remember what the name is. It does say that it can be used as a storage up to 12,000 square feet if it's just for storage. Even if it's commercial. And I can get you the codes if you like.
But I think according to if I'm not mistaken, according to the case information, the facility or the building itself, I thought exceeded the size that it was permitted for.
No, it was not. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was just gonna ask, is my statement correct or incorrect?
No, it was accommodated to the breezeway that allowed it to be built as big as I wanted. It had no limits, according to planning and zoning staff.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Olivas.
Thank you very much. I would like another opportunity to talk when they're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Public now, Mr. Gooden, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, Madam Chair, I believe there are some of the neighbors that are opposed to the change, or there might be some that are in favor of the change. I don't know. We would give them an opportunity to address the commission also being sworn in.
Thank you. No. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this specific issue? If you'll step forward, please, and give me your name before being sworn in. Your name, please.
Patricia Melendres. I was going to say good morning, but we are way past that, right? Good afternoon.
If you'll raise your right hand to be sworn in,
Certainly.
please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth regarding this matter?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I
Thank
do.
you.
I think you're not hearing me because this is too high. Can you hear me now? Okay. First and foremost, I want to say that this is not a personal vendetta against anyone. I don't even know this gentleman, so I don't have a personal vendetta against him. My condolences on the loss of your son, though. That has got to be an absolute horrible thing. However, I also don't have an issue with his business or the way he's going about making a living. The United States was built on free enterprise, and that's what he's doing, and that's fantastic. What I do have an issue with is him doing it on a residential area where I happen to reside. There are a lot of assumptions that were made prior to this coming to pass. I have some photographs, some additional photographs. I don't know if you are privy to them or if you would like to see them. These photographs were taken after the March hearing where we appeared here, and things did not cease and desist because, as you can see, those are pictures of children getting in, on and off of the bus at the corner where these semis are. Also pictures of the doors rolled up of his garage and the semi-tractor trailers parked inside of them. I think that our biggest qualm with all of this is that Mr. Olivas had no vested interest in this small community. Yeah, it's a dirt road in Doña Ana, but this is our home and this is where we reside, and it's a very peaceful community. I used to refer to it as Old McDonald Lane because there was children and chickens and geese and ducks in the road at any given time. And then suddenly we have this invasion of semis. I don't think anyone would want that in their residential community. In the packet that I downloaded of documents that were submitted by Mr. Olivas, there are letters from Young Guns and also from Mesilla Valley Cold Refrigeration. That's fine. As I said, I support his business. Good for him. I love green chili. I want it to keep coming. However, these companies that support him should give him property where they are to allow him to run his business there, not on a residential area. Mr. Olivas would not have attempted to have created this business in Sonoma Ranch where he resides, but he thought he could do it in Doña Ana and the sleepy little dirt road called Shenandoah Trail. And as the residents of Shenandoah Trail, we don't like the deception. We don't like the mischaracter of who we are. We are not fighting people. We're peaceful people who live a very peaceful existence, and that is all we're asking for that peaceful existence to continue. When the pastor got up and gave his invocation, one of the things that he said that struck me was, all people are wanting is a quiet and peaceful life. That is what we are seeking. That is what we have had. That is what we are seeking to maintain. Because if we break the rules or we allow one person to bring a business in, what's going to stop more and more businesses from invading our quiet, peaceful neighborhood? Another statement that Mr. Olivas made was that Shenandoah Trail is considered a private road. It is. We've had issues with this for years. We have tried to get the county to come out and do something because when it rains, it becomes Lake Shenandoah, literally. But what we have been told repeatedly by the county is that when this property was subdivided, because it was originally owned by one individual, there was never any paperwork submitted to the county to have it as a subdivision. Therefore, our road is not maintained by the county. So yes, perhaps every piece that is in front of our properties is private. However, I also know that there are laws that you cannot landlock a piece of property and that access through an easement always has to be granted. So in essence, it may be private, but actually we know that it has to, there are many, many residents on this street, and you can't cut off access to these people because his property is at the end of it. Again, I wish him well with his business. I want him to be a successful businessman. I just don't want it at the end of our street where we have children getting on and off a bus, where there could be a potential for something to happen to someone, And again, for a business to be brought into our quiet residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do have a question for you.
Certainly.
How long have you lived in that area?
I have been there for 15 years.
All right.
My husband, though, has been there for much longer.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And before you go, I must ask the commissioners if they have any questions or comments. Commissioner Sanchez?
I'm good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, if you'll step forward and give me your name.
Hello. Amado Garcia.
Do you swear or affirm that you'll state the truth on this issue?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may
Okay.
proceed.
I've been there for almost 30 years, and like my wife said, it's a very peaceful community there. You know, it's a dead-end road, little country road that we've been living there forever. Animals and everything's been, you know, quiet and everything, and all of a sudden, here comes semis at the end of the road. And she mentioned we have kids getting in the morning from the bus stop. There's where the bus stops, picks up the little boys and kids. There's pictures to prove that. And what I want to say is that going west on that little road, there's a little bridge that not even regular trucks can go by if they go together. We almost hit mirrors because the street's not wide enough there in that area. Going east, there's like a 90-degree turn, and then another 90-degree turn going right. So when a semi's coming, the trailer goes in to your section if you're coming this way. So it's kind of hard, you have to stop. And then also we have the railroads thing that comes down that holds everything. So everything's starting to become like a big old jam there with big trucks and stuff like that, you know. And another thing that I want to say, he says he lives there. He does not live there. We drive through that little road every day. I mean, you know. There's just no room for semis in that little country road that we've lived there for 30 years. I don't think it's just out of the question, you know. And it's annoying. Sometimes there's been some issues where a semi's parked on this side and on this side. I come in and there's a car coming out from Shenandoah. We have to go in between the two trailers, the big trucks. I go, why are we doing this? I mean, isn't this a residential area, you know? And like she said, we're used to having animals and stuff like that around there, kids dropping off from buses and stuff like that. So yes, it's kind of annoying to having big trucks there and for that to be happening. Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Sanchez?
Nothing right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I have a question regarding, you said you've been there for 30 years, and do you recall when Mr. Olivas first bought the property?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
When he bought that property, I remember, I don't know if it's his mom that lives there and a little boy that lives there. That was the only people that would live there, that we would see there. And I remember coming home one day, there's big old piles of gravel. And there was a car coming out. When I turned, I wasn't aware of those big old gravel pits. And I almost kind of like hit it, you know, and I was like, oh, wow, what's going on here? Anyway, this lady, I don't know his relationship to her. She's been living there for, I don't know, 5-6 years, her and the little boy. And I never saw this. All of a sudden, semis drive up and do this and do that and everything. And we're like, what's going on here? I mean,
When did you first notice the semis?
The what?
When did you first notice the semis?
Just give it like 3 years after they had bought the property, but the gravel started coming in, the semis started coming in and stuff like that. And there was an incident one time that me and my wife were coming from the dump, and we noticed a lady standing in the railroad, lost. And we were like, that's the lady from that house. So we went and dropped my trailer off, and we got on my truck, and we went over there, and Mr. Palomino, one of our neighbors, went with us also. And one of the nurses from that rest home that's down the street, she came also. And this lady was totally lost. So apparently, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's his mom, but we got her in our truck. We put her in our truck. Mr. Palomino helped us. We took her to her house. She got off the house. She couldn't find the door. Where's the door to my house? So my wife took her inside this is your front door. She opened the door. She walked in and everything. She was by herself. That's when trucks were already there and stuff like that. And I think that's when I heard that's why the electricity wasn't pulled, because she lived there by herself and that little boy, So it was like, who's taking care of this lady? I mean, who lives here? That's when I found out he doesn't live there. It's her that stays there with this little boy, for long, long, long periods of time. And that's kind of annoying to know that this lady just lives there by herself. I don't think she's too capable of taking care of herself, And it annoys you, it worries you and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right, so I have another question, just based on what you said. You said you dropped your trailer off. Was it a semi-trailer or was it a?
No, just a little utility trailer that we just went to the dump, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to approach and speak to the commission? And may we have your name, please?
Brian Bullard.
I'm sorry, Brian?
Brian Bullard.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth regarding this issue?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. So I live at 5549 Shenandoah Trail, which is the property adjacent to the property we're discussing. I am the only neighbor who shares a fence with that property. My wife has lived on that property since she was 14 years old. That's her family property. It's her home. This is not, we're not transient, we're not renters, we're not coming and going. I've lived there with my wife now for 15 years, but she's lived there for over 40. It's always been quiet. As the other neighbors pointed out, ducks and chickens running around the neighborhood, and that's common and okay, and it's kind of quaint and neat, and we all enjoy that. I'll even say that Mr. Olivas' nephew also has chickens, and we have a lot of exchanges, pleasant exchanges about their chickens and our chickens, and they mix and intermingle, and that's all great. So there are three things, though, that we're concerned about with this zoning change. The first is safety, as my neighbor already pointed out. That bus stop is of a concern, and you can shrug it off that there's bus stops everywhere, but you can't really shrug that off. There are kids coming and going at that intersection twice a day, every day. My son lives in the house next door to us. He has a 6-year-old and a 13-year-old. They ride those buses. So we do think that's a valid concern. The second thing is the quality of life, which has been touched upon as well. We live, as I said, right next door. We have a front porch, and we also have a side patio area. And we like to sit in that side patio area, and we can see the sunsets, which we can't see anymore. That building that's been discussed is right at our fence line, and that completely has blocked our view to that direction. So already our quality of life has been diminished, and we hope that this doesn't go through and allow it to be diminished anymore. He mentioned the noise, and he did some kind of study with a meter, and I respect that. But what I can tell you is sitting in my living room with the television on, when there's a truck with a refrigerated unit parked on his property, I can hear it cycle on and cycle off, because that's what they do. They don't run constant. They don't run off at a low rate constantly. They cycle on just like your air conditioner in your house does, and then they cycle back off. And that's the noise you hear, and you can hear that from inside my house. He said he has stopped doing mechanic work, and I'll vouch for that. We haven't heard any of the air guns or any of that type of work in months, and that's been great. But prior to that, they don't just air up tires, they change the tires. And if you've ever heard how it sounds to change a large tractor tire, there's a loud boom when it pops off, and the air gun is a very loud tool. You can hear that all the way anywhere in our house. So again, the quality of life, that's the second point, that diminishes by allowing this change to go through. And then the last thing is the simple, value, property value. Our home is a home, it's a residence, just like all the rest of that street, we're all residents. And the value of my residence decreases with a commercial entity right next door to it. So again, we hope you consider that. We don't wish Mr. Olivas anything ill. I hope his business continues to thrive. I'm happy to hear that he's got great relationships with Young Guns and some other very strong New Mexico companies, because I like to see that. I hope to see him continue to succeed. I hope to see him prosper. It's just he's in the wrong spot. This is a residential lot, and he should look for commercial property, is my opinion. So again, I ask that you please deny this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullard. And before you go, commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Sanchez? Oh, he'll be in just a second. But if you would just step down for now until he gets here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And your name, please?
Jacinto Palomino.
I know your son very well, Mr. Palomino.
Good.
How's the judge?
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Would you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth regarding this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I live right across from this, Mr. Olivares, where his trucks are. And to be honest with you, I have no problem with the trucks or the noise or anything. And as far as the buses, yes, they stop there. Kids get off, my grandkids used to get off there. And there's no problem there. And as far as the traffic, I have more problems getting out of my driveway when there's cars coming 40 and 60 miles an hour down the road over that bridge that they mentioned. But other than that, there's no problem whatsoever as far as I'm concerned. They might have a problem. They live on Shenandoah, I don't. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Palomino. Commissioner, a question? And I think Commissioner Sanchez is between the building and his vehicle. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, any questions? He's shaking his head no. Thank you, Mr. Palomino.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to step forward and address the commission? Mr. Olivas, is there anything you'd like to say in closing? And if you'll approach the podium. Oh, we have some other people coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Olivas. If you can just give us a few minutes.
Madam Chair, I do have to go pick up my children, so I will be joining telephonically as well, and I'll be on in just a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize.
Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Adolfo Altamirano.
You're going to have to speak up, sir. I think I've been listening too long. Just pull that microphone closer.
Adolfo Altamirano.
Senor
We live
Altamirano.
at 5455 Shenandoah Trail.
If you would please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth regarding this issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we lived on that road for 45 years, since 1977. And that road's pretty bad condition in the county. We don't get any improvements done there or anything. But we have a picture where they have engines laying on the ground, where they swapped out engines. Yeah, they're on the phone. But Yeah. Yeah.
You can continue, thank you.
We're just concerned that our property value is going to go down. You know, this is switched over to commercial. Like I say, that road's pretty bad condition right now. It's just dirt, and we can't get any maintenance done on it. But that's all we have our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Altamirano. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else that would like to address the commission besides Mr. Olivas? Thank you, Mr. Olivas. Any closing remarks?
Okay, I will try to address it as best that I can. The first opposing neighbor is talking about bus stops. I mean, there's bus stops up and down Doniana Road, Highway 185. And Shenandoah happened to be one of them. However, if all the rules are followed, bus stop rules, there's not going to be any accidents. There hasn't been for the past 12 years. And I can prove to you that I've had trucks there since I moved there for 12 years with my permits and actual pictures of the property. I don't know why they say that I just started having trucks there. Anyway, the lady they're talking about, it's my mother. She has a terminal illness. They gave her 3 years about 6 months ago. She has dementia. Of course, that would explain why she didn't know where the front door was. I have taken her to the doctor. I have taken her to get her help and everything. She just refuses. And the best thing to do is just either put her in some program, somewhere where she's going to be tortured. She's not going to want to do things. So what the doctor recommended for her to just kind of be at home so she can just live out the rest of her life the best that she can. And that is my mom. And she's been there the whole 12 years also. And the little boy, he's about almost 6 feet. He's my nephew. He's been with mom since he was born. He actually kind of watches over her. That's the reason my mom couldn't find the door. And that's why sometimes she takes off walking. And I did they said about a permit that was red tagged on that little building. It was actually a studio, a no bedroom. It was just a studio, had a restroom, it had everything actually accommodated for anybody. I mean, it kind of lived there. So I just decided to remodel it, because mom, she's there, and I'd be at a short notice. I mean, I walk in distance instead of a 25, 30-minute drive to get there if something happens. So I thought maybe that's one place maybe I can stay there every now and then. They're right, I don't live there about 50% of the time, but the rest I do. I mean, I go see mom a lot. I mean, they don't see me come in and out because they're not watching, and that's why. But as the mechanical work, there's no more mechanical work. As they probably saw an engine laying there. I don't know. They went to the backyard and took a picture of it. I don't know what happened there, but this took place back in 2013. Why didn't they complain back then? I mean, it's been 12 years. Why today, when that building is built? We all know it's not the chickens. I own half of those chickens and a good 3 geese, whatever it was. I'm also part of that community there, that residential area, and we know it's not the holes on the road. That's mainly what they're complaining about, the road. The kids, my drivers, I have 2, that's it, and me. They go through screening, drug testing, and everything, just like the law requires them. If they don't pass anything, they're not qualified. So, I mean, they stop for bus stops. We see children, to get it, but they're taken there. They're not walking up there that I know of. Anyway, I wouldn't let any of my children, if I had any, run around around a state highway, and it is classified as a truck route, and I'm only 60 feet away from it, As the cycling, maybe that was before the building was built, because that building, it blocks the noise. It really does. I took measurements on that. It's called a environmental meter, and it's through MSHA. So I don't know. Anyway, I would like to close this out. we all know what got us here. It wasn't the trucks. They never had a problem with the trucks. They never did. They never complained. If they would have had a problem, I'm sure they would have complained 12 years ago. I'm sure of that. You know, it's the building that has us here, and it's already built, it's permitted. Granted, I should have consulted with them, you know, and I will next time. I promise you that. You know, if anything's going to change there, I'm going to consult with them. You know, and this building was granted a permit. If it was built by mistake or permitted by mistake, you know, it's not my mistake, and they want to, you know, correct this mistake at my cost. It's 300 and I mean, I can break it down, but I'm not going to. It's 332,529. That's my savings there. I mean, why are you going to take that away from me? Do I need to dismantle it, or what do I need to do? I mean, that was my savings for the past 8-10 years. I'm small scale, you know. I only have those 3 trucks and 2 over there, and they don't bother nobody. They don't hurt nobody. I mean, look at the pictures. Who are they hurting? Who are they bothering? Not the chickens, not the kids, not the kids that aren't in bikes. The only child that I ever saw riding a bike was a young man named Randall that no longer, he departed already, so he no longer rides bikes. You know, and I know there's codes to obey, and that's why enforcement officials step in to correct them. Here I am trying to correct them, and all I get is red tagged and you know, get denied from fixing them. I mean, I came in before to correct that red tag on that building that I was remodeling, and they just said, no, we can't help you until the meeting. We're just going to wait until the meeting's over. You know, staff makes a call here to complain because it was staff that started this tickets, these citations. And it was about the trucks, it wasn't about the trucks. It was a building. On the disclosure that I got from Mr. Goodman, it started with a staff member made a call from this building, or at least she wrote the number, gave that number from this building, and complained. You know, she made on property phones. You know, the taxes I pay to incriminate me. You know, staff recommends zone change to C3. Staff skips pre-meetings so I can meet requirements before the P&Z. So they just skip everything and just go complete the P&Z meeting. And I was unaware. I was caught off guard. What was going on? You know, I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't even really here mentally, and they just stoned me. I mean, I was overwhelmed. You know, and then I want to believe that government does have a protocol to make there's new things in order, you know, like pre-meeting, pre-apps, what's required and everything, and then go to the meetings. And that, for somehow, it didn't happen, you know. And then staff also swears me, the one that actually made the call to complain, you know, the one that legalizes the papers, the findings and everything. And she could also be a potential witness, you know. And then staff recommends denial. I mean, I'm being set up from the beginning for failure. I really am. You know, I believe my rights are being violated, being set up for failure on a deceptive and false hope from the beginning leads me to believe they have taken this to a personal level or conspiracy. I don't know. But whatever it is, I just would like for it to come to a close today. Because I don't want to go again because, I mean, $332, I mean, I think I have a right to kind of park there after spending that money. When they gave me the permit, when I explained to them when I came here, it was 3 staff members and 1 on the phone. And they said, no, you can't build it because it's too big. Okay, so I left, and they actually called me back to come in. And they said, you can build this building only if it's attached to your house. I said, well, how am I going to do that? And then they got another staff member on the phone, and he explained how to do it. He said, he recommended a breezeway. I said, well, I can do that. That's cool, you know. And so I proceeded with the permits and everything, and they approved it. They did ask me, are you the homeowner? I said, yes. But they never once ever asked me if I lived there. If I would have known that, I would have said, no, I don't live here. And they would have, this cost of this building would have been less, at least $5,000, because of the delay of the red tag was $4,000 and $5,000 for the use of the contractor's license, you know? So I'm dealing with the same party, you know, on all accounts, you know, staff, and which they control the outcome or the destiny of this case, you know? Everything is up to them. They're the ones that call the complaint. They're the ones that give me the permits. They're the ones that are denying it. They're recommending the zone change. They're the ones denying it too, or recommending denial, you know? You know, then my neighbors under sworn testimony, you know, make false statements about other things that I don't want to get into, you know? Ever since this crusade started, you know, I have been ignored, pushed aside, and all doors been closed upon me. A series of actions advancing a principle or trending towards a particular end, and that's to be evicted from my property. You know, I'm on my last gasp here. I really, really I need to park my trucks there. I mean, for the 10 years or 12 years, where am I going to go with them? I mean, if I park them at a truck stop, they steal fuel. That's costly, you know. The chili will be there. They're probably going to cost that. That's insurance claims. And, you know, it's feasible for my operation. I just asked to please let me carry on with my operations. Those trucks don't bother nobody. They really don't. I mean, they haven't for the 12 years that they've been there. All of a sudden, when this building started to erupt, that's when everything started. About the time that Mr. Garcia said he almost had an accident between the trucks, that's when they were pouring the cement. I had to move the trucks outside, but that was just one day out of 12 years. You know, I don't know, I'm not looking for any personal gain like I'm accused of. I only ask for what is fair. You know, I mean, this is it. This is my last gasp here. You know, I ask you, please determine to be unfavorable to my neighbors, the residents of Shenandoah Trail, to staff, or even to me, you know. I beg you to consider carefully upon our arguments, statements, and facts. Please draw your own conclusion without favoring who we are or who we know with the staff's members or any other personal characteristics. In this request, if it's denied, in a way, you are hindering, you know. I'm not saying that you are, but it kind of is hindering our own economic development as a part of the comprehensive plan. It also concerns me that if it's denied, they're gonna retaliate, you know, hardship, whatever, because that's how I treat it. I come into this office and that's how I am treated, you know. Oh, we can't help you. We can't do this for you. You have to wait. You have to. And I think it's unfair, you know. But thank you for listening to me. It's very nice to sit here and actually be listened to. And I want to thank you, my wife and I, you know, and show our gratitude, personally thank each and every one of you for taking the time. Nobody knows how important it is for you guys to be here and make decisions for this community. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments by any commissioners present or attending by phone? Commissioner Murillo, any questions?
No, Madam Chair.
What about you, Commissioner Sanchez? Any questions?
No, not right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Just thank you.
I think once we've had closing statements, is that correct, Mr. Gooden? We're done?
Madam Chair, it'd be at your discretion, but I think we've given them people opportunity to provide their testimony, and so that it would be up to you to decide whether to allow further statements from somebody who's already given testimony.
I think we'll just move forward. Ms. Ainsworth, anything else?
I just want to reiterate that the staff's recommendation is to uphold the P&Z's decision. The parking of those vehicles is a commercial use, which is not appropriate in a residential area, and it is only allowed in commercial zoning districts.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Do you have whichever?
I move that the Board of Commissioners convene in closed session to deliberate an administrative adjudicatory proceeding pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, section from 10-5-1H3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into closed session, and do I need a roll call on this? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, we will be in closed session at 3:22 PM. I don't even know what time it is because I left my phone as well. We're back in session at 1:44 PM. After discussion in closed session, I'd like to say no other items were discussed during our closed session apart from the item or the motion before we went into, going into closed session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I move that the BOCC deny the proposed zone change based on the following findings. Number one, the property is outside of an incorporated municipal zoning authority, is within Doña Ana County, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has the county commission and has the jurisdiction to review this case. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code, Section 350-202B, General Notice Requirements, and Section 350-203B, Public Hearing for a Zone Change. The zone change number 3, the zone change request for C3 does not satisfy Section 350-203D. Decision criteria for a zone change in that zone change is not appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, and therefore is not sufficient to change in conditions. Number 4, the zone change is not appropriate as Shenandoah Trail is a 50-foot unimproved private road, right-of-way that serves 17 residential lots. The subject property is approximately 1,000 feet from the intersection of Doña Ana Road and East Thorpe Road, where there is existing commercial and industrial zoning. Not enough information has been submitted to assess the potential impacts of 5 71-feet-long semi-trucks entering and exiting the property via Shenandoah Trail and Thorpe Road. The garage has already been built through a residential building permit. The BOCC does not believe that the safety, health, and general welfare of the residents using Shenandoah Trail can be achieved as a C3 regional commercial zone, and it's not compatible with the surrounding residential areas. Number 5, the zone change to a C3 zoning district is considered spot zoning, as the proposed zone change will be in disharmony with the surrounding zoning. The property size is 1 acre and will not be a benefit to the community by allowing the parking, maintenance, repair, and service of 5 semi-trucks and 6,000 square feet commercial building for the benefit of the property owner. And number 6, the zone change is in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or other adopted or approved county plans and amendments hereto. A goal G2.2 to ensure regulations that support the plan requirements, and A2.2 update of codes to provide tools in support of the appropriate physical structure. Based on the findings of fact, staff analysis, and agency comments, I ask that the BOCC deny case number Z23-001. And we'll need.
And I'll need a second on that.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Murillo. Any further discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
No, ma'am, no discussion here.
Thank you. Then may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 3-1. And I believe we're done for the day. What is the time? Oh, correspondence, please. Thank you, Amanda.
Jaime Castañeda Bonilla versus Doña Ana County, William Lamar and Rosemarie Loser versus Doña Ana County, Daniel Rarick versus Doña Ana County, and Jessica Gonzalez versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, being no other business before the commission, we adjourn at 3:48.